Welcome to the sixth and final week of 7MMC, the 7th Mario Maker celebration, commemorating, as the title suggests, 7 years since the launch of the original Super Mario Maker back in September 2015. So we're here on week 6, and it consists of 12 new levels, and 9 of them are single player, 3 of them are multiplayer, kind of cooperative as I understand it, but designed to be played if you queue in as multiplayer versus. We will probably not get to those ones today. We're likely to set them aside to a second stream closer to the weekend perhaps, so people are more capable of queuing into multiplayer here on the stream if it's a little more convenient. So instead today we'll be beginning with the single player levels, and we'll play through not necessarily all of them, but certainly most. And as I said, there are 9 of them. We'll try to get through as many as we can in a reasonable amount of time, and we'll split a second stream off later this week between the remaining single-player levels and the 3 multiplayer creations. All the level codes are advertised on the official 7MMC website, where you can also find this week the animated trailer and the end credits of the project on the whole. We're going to begin with a look at Stasis Trial, going by the website order, by Aurasphere. Aurasphere is a maker who specializes mainly in emulating mechanics from other video games, and we know this because quite some time ago I played a level by Aurasphere that was, I think, almost a complete recreation of the classic 1980s game Circus Charlie. That was pretty much done as a single level here in Mario Maker. And there have been a couple of other projects like that, besides that Aurasphere is associated with. This week, however, we're going to be looking at Stasis Trial. In the name of Goddess Wiggler, I offer you this trial of Stasis, which of course comes from the Stasis Trials in the shrines in Breath of the Wild. There is a lengthier description on the website. We'll be reading that per level. And it says, "To you who set foot in this shrine, I am Engler Wiggler. In the name of Princess Peach, I offer this trial of Stasis. Zawarudo." Let's take a look. So far in 7MMC, and in Mario, it's a rather different aura. Not so much of the text-to-speech RRRR. So far in 7MMC, we have been 100% on the optional content, like the anniversary balloons, and sometimes even a second anniversary balloon. And we don't intend to change that. Anyway, very prominently we see that there's a Wiggler that's on top of some twisters down below. And there's an on-off switch that is the only thing we can interact with, and potentially, I guess, we'll have some way to proceed with a platform, like the track platform, that's going to be loaded up here, which, with the on-off switch in the on state as it is currently, will allow me to proceed into this pipe. Let's see how this works. Hit the on-off switch, and look at that. It's basically stasis. And since you're holding it in stasis, you're now able to drop down to the platform. Now let's see, again, if we didn't do that. If we didn't do that, the Wiggler would be positioned in such a way that we would not be able to stay on the donut blocks long enough in order to drop onto that platform and activate it. So what we need to do is freeze the Wigglers and activate the platform. As for how this works, well, the Wiggler is kept in suspension by the twisters down below, so I think, and it's definitely walking on top of a bridge. So I'm thinking about how this works exactly, whether it's something that is perhaps conveyor-based. It does kind of basically lock into place. No, it does kind of shift out of place. And the Wiggler always just has one tile of movement available to it when it freezes like that, so I'm just kind of thinking about what would be affected here, because the bridge design is mainly the thing that's throwing me off, because I'm thinking that if it were just walking on top of a series of on-off blocks, rather the on-off state blocks, then that would kind of make sense if the twisters keep it in suspension. But we'll have to think about that later. Let's just hit this and play with the mechanic as is. Okay, A very similar idea here. We need to bust this open with the Fire Flower, and then we need to make sure that we're back in the on state in order to get the exit. As before, I think the only thing that's going to be frozen here is the Wiggler. We do need to get it out of position before it comes over. And if we do not do so quickly enough, we do need to bounce on top of the Wiggler in order to stop it. And as you can see, we can always jump up through the middle if we need to get back to the other side. We are out of twister range ourselves, but if I were to drop by one tile, I don't know if that would be the case. I think we're specifically kept on this row here, so we would not be within twister interaction range. Anyway, that allows me to do this, and that allows me to activate a bit of a clap there as we proceed into the next room with the Fire Flower intact. And yeah, just making sure my sound is still working here. I think it is. Okay, we need to load the Wiggler on top of a slope so the Mecha Koopa is within range. So this is an interesting interaction because, as you can see, the Wiggler is on a continuous stretch of ground. And if that's the case, I wonder what it is that's preventing it. Oh, I see. Because I see how it works now. So whenever the Wiggler is frozen, that's because it's actually kept in suspension by the twisters. When the Wiggler is not frozen, it's interacting with the ground but not the twisters because the twisters are positioned slightly too low. So the mechanic that's happening here is that whenever you're in the off state, the twisters are repositioned and raised slightly so that they take precedence over the platforms and the Wiggler is kept into place because it's not going to go back and forth while it's in the twister state. So anyway, we should probably walk this guy all the way over. And I think I see roughly how this works at this stage. We do need to position him like this in order to grab the coin. And we'll position him over to the left. Or rather, no, position him all the way to the right, and then have him fire all the way to the left in order to... Whoops. Let's try to get this going again. There we go. Nope, we need him to fire left. There we go. And that should be within zap range, and it is. Samuel, welcome. Samuel, certainly hoping to get to yours in today's set. I'm not planning to do all of this week in one day, but yours is early enough, I think, that we should have a reasonable chance of getting to it while you're able to attend. And congratulations on the launch of your level in this week's batch. I hope the response has been excellent. I noticed, Samuel, that you also had a kind of bonus creation or something with your Firebar concept, which we haven't looked into in detail yet, so we'll have to check that out afterwards if it's in a playable state. Okay, we're going to move the twister in a position that will allow me to proceed and perhaps be blown towards the snake block before we've released it. There we go. The game audio sounds like it's off key. Yeah, I'm going to fix that. That's usually a sign that it's about to fail, so just give me one moment. If it's a little bit flat, it means it's kind of creaking. Yeah, unfortunately, some of the audio issues I've had on the stream have started creeping back. We had seemingly dealt with it for a lot of the other games we've been playing recently. But at least we have this all fixed up. Luckily, we're not going to be subject to too many musical creations this week, I think. I'm not sure, because I know Megatoro's is coming next, and Megatoro occasionally does have some musical segments. But, I don't think... Oh, yeah, and of course, Phil has the music level coming out later in this match as well, but I don't know if we'll get to that one today. We're going to step on this guy, move that out of the way, and then that creates a central passage that allows me to then lead everything across and hopefully lift that stump out of position once we... I actually kind of want to chase it across and go under, don't I? Yeah. As this way, we beat it, whoops, early enough to lead it over by going down to the lower level. Yeah. And I feel like maybe we needed to do a double toggle here. Hang on, I haven't been looking at this very carefully. We clearly do need to progress by leading this over to the left side. I'm just thinking about how we'll proceed to remove the stump. Obviously, if we go down to the lower level, we're able to exit at this point, and maybe we should because we have 60 seconds remaining. And a 30 coin is not particularly material, but we like getting bonus content, so I've been spending too much time talking through the level, so let's, yeah, I think I needed to lead it to the right and then freeze it, but we'll try to position it somehow. Whoops. There we go. Now we can be satisfied. With 20 seconds remaining. Except, of course, we need to send a little further. And we'll have all the time in the world to get out of here with 12 seconds on the clock. 11 seconds on the clock. Excellent. Right on time. Okay. So, something on the left side that we haven't really seen yet. I assume by the coin placement that we have an anti-key death mechanism here. Yeah, because you collect a coin prior to hitting the flag. And so there is probably an anti-key death mechanism to preserve the key once you have completed both of the relevant segments. That starts you off in the off state, perhaps. Alright, so let's proceed. This looks very breakable at some point if we eventually need to deal with it. And there we go. Anyway, everything here is going to die slowly until we freeze things up. Notice that if we freeze things up, that this looks like it's supposed to prevent a reactivation, and it is timed. Okay. I like the way the timer here is designed, actually. Look at this again. That it uses the Fireflower spawn to give you the warning signal for when a timer is about to expire, which is a very nice touch. We rarely use... we rarely see that, rather, in a lot of timing-based mechanisms. Anyway, the idea here is that we need to basically jump over everything that we can. Yeah, just freeze everything under a block that will allow me to jump up like this, and then we are through. That red pipe does not look accessible because of the placement of the bridge, so let's just continue. Oh, didn't have much of a chance to look at that mechanism over there, but you can see that with the Thwomp and Conveyor displacement down below, that's part of how the twisters are put into the appropriate position. I didn't get a good look at it. We'll have to scroll through it at some point. Maybe even pause it if we reload into this room, but for now we'll just go with what we have. I think the shell looks like it's kickable at this range. No, it's not. Okay. Oh, yes, it is. Okay, good. It is kickable. That's an important bit of information, although not something we'll use just yet. If we proceed over to the other side, then... well, let's take a look here. We want to obtain the key, and we're able to obtain a key if we just freeze things into the... oh, I see. If you kick the shell from the right side, if you bop it from below, actually, it goes left and it hits the on-off switch over here. So that's how we'll do an additional toggle. Whoops. Okay, I'm stuck. Let's not do that. Yeah, because I want to be able to climb over, whoops, this wiggler, but it's being stuffed on the right side here when I wanted to go left. There we go. Much better. And we're able to freeze this whenever. You can see there's the fire flower coming out the pipe on the right side, and that's what's being used as the audio timer mechanism. Yeah, I rather like how that hits, in fact. It's quite a nice mechanism here. Whoops, still crawling accidentally. Climbing, rather, when I don't mean to do so. Anyway, we have the key now. We can then proceed down the one-way panel once we freeze this appropriately. We should, of course... Oh, no, forgot to grab the 30 coin. Yeah, you just need to go down to Donut Block for that to happen. Once again, you can see the mechanism down below load in. And we will... first of all, have access to this from down here. We're able to stand here just fine. Notice that if you kick it, currently it's going to be frozen, but that you can use the twisters to keep it in suspension in the same way that the wigglers were being affected earlier. So for example, you kick this, and then you hit this, and then you get a chance, perhaps, to ride it like that. And then that allows you to then take it forward. Let me think about that, because we would bounce on top of the wiggler down below. I think that the bounce from bumping like this does make me take damage. Now, we can always take the shell over and perhaps drop it over here. Whoops, not like that. I was hoping to maybe get a kick position out of it somehow. Yeah, it's gonna freeze. We just come over here. I'm mostly thinking about that 50 coin. Well, I mean, the main purpose of the shell is that it allows you to go upstairs. But then, if you're able to hit the on-off switch from the right side, for example, by loading up a second shell, hang on, we can always load up as many shells as we want, because that's how the spawning mechanism works. In that case, I think it's possible to perhaps drop a shell on the right side without kicking it. And I'm thinking about how to load a shell into place so that we can actually kick it over. I think we just need to drop it here. And then freeze. Basically, we need a way to hit the on-off switch and then quickly get over to the other side. But regardless, we're going to need to leave a shell available to do that. So, and we can take as many shells as we want in order to make this happen. Theorymon, welcome. And yeah, Theorymon, I was saying, the one that I had played previously by Aurasphere was actually the Circus Charlie remake, which was very complete. And I haven't had enough time to carefully look at the mechanism underlying this one yet, but it's definitely worth examining a little more closely, I think, once I have a chance to do so. Whoops. Okay, I want to see if I can drop in... Whoops, no, not like that. I'm mainly thinking about this 50 coin right now, because I think it's possible for me to jump up here and have some way to activate a shell from the right side. But let's see ahead if we can actually do anything. I mean, Theoremon, it's been an ages since I've actually seen the original Circus Charlie in all its glory. So it's very possible that the remake is something much more playable. Anyway, we're here at Checkpoint, once again, just in the nick of time. And we missed a 50 coin, unfortunately. Okay, this is a single activation. Notice. We're going to time out of here anyway. Notice that this is a bombable location over to the right, which seems significant to me if we're secret hunting. So we'll take a careful look at this and see what the single activation on the on-off is all about. Okay, so we know that the Wiggler can be perhaps kept in place and can complete this little segment here. This is interesting. This is interesting. Let's try to freeze it in place right here.
Hello.
So that is a solution, but I'm not actually sure how it works. I guess maybe that must have been a reset door. And this is a... Oh, this is just a secret, I guess. This is a 7MMC balloon. This looks like it is the secret room. And maybe the door just kicks me back. Somewhere relevant. Yeah, perhaps the door was just where to proceed forward, so let's drop in somewhere else. Anyway, very flashy. Love the 7MMC design here. Whoops. Got occluded by the audience there. Nearly died to that. Playing the 7MMC and 1 and 2 YMM back-to-back was a really interesting experience. I can imagine so. Especially because Theoremon, as I've been saying, I think almost every level in the early YMMs made me say, wow, we really can't do this in Mario Maker 2 anymore. Okay, this is just a door directly ahead, right? I think it is. That's okay, we missed. It's fine, we'll proceed. Ah, yeah, because 2 doors drop you into this room. And we totally missed that. Okay.
Hello.
Oh, yeah, that's right, we've seen this already. It drops you into the other door. Let's... You know what? We just needed to freeze this thing, except we needed to let it break first. Ah, no, we didn't. We just needed to freeze it long enough to grab the Master Sword. Great. That works better. And this just dispenses additional swords. Okay, okay, I see it. Except we probably could have... Whoops. My bad. There we go. Now that's a nice solution. I like that. That the shield bump turned this into something that was in the player-activated state. As you can see, I can't actually proceed or shoot anything due to one on my panel, but sending it into the player-activated state made it a projectile that could collect a coin for me when you activated the switch after. Also, audio is dead again. Sorry about this. I know it's just the first level, and we're already running into technical issues all stream, but we need to make sure things are properly up and running. Theoremon, you were told by someone that apparently the blooper course from 2YMM is impossible to beat in 3DS, which apparently has different spawning mechanics. I know very little, next to nothing actually, about the finer points of Mario Maker 3DS, so it seems like it was something that was just never really deeply examined by the community, and very few people actually know the 3DS game in extreme detail. Anyway, we can collect a coin with the arrow here, but we'd be rather bad at doing so. I think we would need to collect this first, and then perhaps let the shell spawn, if it would. Yeah, we need to freeze a shell using this, except it's a little far for me to deal with here. Yeah, a little bit far. So we're probably going to run into some issues. Oh, no, we can come out this gate. That's a good reset gate. Quite like that, actually. Anyway, let's get ready for the next shell. And we'll jump out on the other side here. Nice solution. Now that we're actually playing through the shrine as Link. There we go. Whoop. We might want to get the Boo out of the way. Let's do that. Then, down we go. Yeah, and Mario... The thing about the 3DS game is that you would kind of expect that there are maybe different implementations of edge cases with memory management and such that people just never bothered to explore because there wasn't really a community to speak of for that game. So I would be really surprised if things worked one-to-one with Mario Maker 1 all that often, in fact. I kind of suspect it wouldn't. I sort of wonder if this was blocking anything interesting. But unless we can come through the door, we'll never know. There was a really old Mario Maker dude on the Maker 1 server. Apparently a known thing among some 2IMM people. And apparently spike tops can despawn if they fly close to the pit. Yeah, Theoremon, I'll have to remember the specifics of that level. I played it earlier this year. It was at the beginning of the year that I streamed all of the Mario Maker 1 anniversaries. Okay, we need to probably bomb the shell and then let it pop out towards me. No, because I'm on top of the pipe, it's not going to spawn. This is interesting. Oh, okay, you just need to stomp on it. That's interesting. That the clue for it is the sword falling down from the pipe. I haven't seen this as a solution before, actually, that this overlap takes precedence. I've played so many Zelda dungeons, I've never seen this. Very interesting. And I guess, yeah, so now that tells you that you need to stab accurately. Probably with a stasis shot first. You would need to, actually, because of the way that the shell is suspended. Although I don't know, it was just sitting on top of a pipe previously. Obviously we need stasis, but we're not going to use it. Because we're just fancy that way. Hey, let's try to beat this fight without stasis, just to see if we can do it. Okay. And then... there is a bit of a timer on the left side, I see. That's what it's all about. That there is a limit to how long you can stick around here. So we decided to beat that without stasis, which is fancy. And it looks like you can just break a lot of stuff here if you really wanted. And we do, because that's how I play. Interesting. Oh, okay. That was kind of a sad way to hit the flag. I feel like that was also maybe the intended way to hit the flag, but we didn't check the blue pipe at the end, so... I'm tempted to go back in to check that ending again, unless anybody can confirm that there's nothing there. Yeah, the Shrine Monk, exactly, that's what it is. Let's take a look at the ending screen. Okay, it's just a block, and I think it's inaccessible, but I don't know about that blue pipe. I think the blue pipe just gives you additional Master Swords in case you bomb yourself, perhaps. So maybe there's nothing worth checking, given that the ending area is completely boxed in. There is something above it on the upper screen, but I think that's just a mechanism for the boss area, so far as I can tell. So let's assume there's nothing. Yeah, I can't see how there is, looking at it, unless the pipe led somewhere interesting, but perhaps not. Okay, that's it for that level. Once again, sorry about the technical difficulties along the way. We will try to remember to look for comment art on every single level. And since I'm not playing these on launch day, I can actually see more contributions now, this late in the week. Street Rat locking this up with a wow. And yeah, love the stasis on a spike ball. I think I was in the middle of saying something earlier about how you can really tell it's capturing the stasis mechanic when this level involves the spike balls as much as it does. Samwell, that's looking fancy. And oh, Therimon, hello to you as well. What a coincidence, I think we've met. And yeah, really interesting implementation of mechanics that depend on some of the finer points of the pixel priorities. And welcome, Oily Olive. Therimon, you said you were touched by Aegis drawing a boo cat on your course. Yes, that's right. I remember you saying just before that you had lost your cat, and belated condolences for that as well. Okay, second level in the set by one of my favorite makers in Mario Maker. This is going to be by Megatoro. We still have some unfinished business with a Champions Road style mega level by Megatoro that was uploaded earlier this year. I think I got through maybe 4 or 5 segments out of 10. Oily Olive, we are not done with 7MMC. This is the last week of it though, so we'll be doing today's stream and probably one more stream later in the week for the multiplayer levels. Anyway, Eternal Boot. A heavier boot will fall, but if you take it off, it will rise again. The website description goes into a little more detail. It says, soar high into the sky with infinite jumps. So yeah. No, Megatoro always delivers. And it'll be very interesting to see what this is. Let's grab the frog. And this is the Eternal Boot. So yeah, the skull tells you that there's going to be a limit to how low you can go. But it seems like the boots down below... I see, so the spawning pipe is up top. The boots are able to come up, but they're bouncing up on note blocks probably that are out of range for me to survive. The frog suit serves a specific purpose here. The frog suit is here to ensure that in these gravity mechanics I can actually stay afloat long enough to survive between repetitions on the boot. Okay, let's go. Whoops. Hang on. I need to actually fall into this. My jump timing is completely off. Whoop. Should have watched that despawn over there. And yeah, you totally forgot that Frog Mario jumps a bit higher. That's a rather critical thing to remember. I think last year Pink Tops also had a really interesting frog and snow concept. Whoops. Oh, no. I needed to pull back on that diagonal a little further than I was doing. Okay. Here we are. Yeah, look at how the Spike Ball initially spawns with these in order to make sure the Goombas get out of the way. Spike Balls fall into Goombas as a one-time thing. And so we do have a limited amount of time to use the first set of boots. So we'll let the boots come up first before we fall in. Notice that because I'm activating the boots, I'm keeping the boots alive when I jump into them. So there's a limited amount of time for me to do that. And of course you can always reverse through this pipe because that's the SD lock prevention. But yeah, we do need to claim the boots every time in order to survive. And I think we need to maybe do things a little faster here so we don't run into expiry with first boot, or we need to just manipulate the boot's positions in midair a bit more aggressively than I've been doing. And yeah, Theoremon, there's quite a lot to the frog suit that I think is definitely something that makes it underrated. Yeah, we should go back directly to the second boot if we can. I'm going to reposition it slightly by collecting the coins up top, which I think is what was implied in the first place. And hey, Elderword, welcome. Quality game time. Elderword, hope things have been going well on the Scrabble front. I unfortunately was not able to make it to the big tournament over in Lake George last week. But I understand that was a bit of a Scrabble streamer magnet in its own right, in terms of a lot of people showing up. Is there a block that responds after being destroyed by using a reset door? I don't see why there would be, if I understand you correctly. There's just a one-way panel coming in over here. There's no way to destroy the ice block. And you've been a bit slow lately, but what you played has been great, I see. I feel like my current pattern is not working out well. We need to change the way I'm doing this room. I'm trying a couple of different patterns that involve moving the boot so we can grab the pink coin, which does look optional. And Wigpoturnia in Vegas, yeah, I haven't been keeping up with the calendar very well myself, honestly. I played a small rated local not too long ago, but haven't really been able to do much tournament travel this year. So. Oh, bounce on top of this guy, of course. And you slowly move the same boot over from left to right. Okay, I understood that a little bit late when I was already in action. So you move the same boot over from left to right, using successive cannonballs to maintain position. Oh, nope. Too risky there, going for the second one right away. Yeah, you don't want to do 6 boot drops in that room, because you just won't have time to get to the last boot before expiry, so... Oh. Yeah, once again, I'm kind of experimenting with the patterns here to see if we can find something a little more reliable for what it is I'm trying to do. It's interesting that the pink coin, its optional placement actually makes a very subtle difference in what you must do to get past this room. Yeah, there we go. That felt pretty clean. And so we maintain position, and we steadily creep over like this. And then, boot lasts for as long as we load back into it. Whoops. Oh, we don't want to miss, though. That is what happens. So, we've got 7 pink coins here. It's probably 2 per segment plus a safety at the end. And the applause definitely says it all. Whoops, there we go. Okay. Oop, not looking good there, but we made it. Okay, same idea as before, we'll just hit the cannonballs a little more accurately and keep track of where we've been dropping the boot to avoid any complications. Yeah, if you don't manage to suspend yourself with an additional hit, the timing doesn't quite work out. I think it's possible that the note blocks that those are bouncing on in that room might even be set maybe a tile lower than in some of the previous rooms. I'm not exactly sure, but the timing window definitely seems like it's a little less forgiving in terms of not being survivable with the frog on its own. You need the cannonball, and that tells me that perhaps the note block location might be slightly extended in that room. The brother-in-law likes to say, "Winner, winner, chicken dinner." Pretty much. Okay. Let's try to get over here. We'll move steadily over. We should have just gone for that vine in the first place. And there we go. Checkpoint 1 with 2 coins in the bag. Okay, this will be a switch activation. And we probably... Oh, nope, bad idea. Interestingly enough, I think we can actually make it out. Except, I noticed that coin at the very end. We probably could have survived that, except I might have needed the frog to survive the coin grab at the very end there. Yeah, I only noticed the pink coin placement at the very end when I was doing that segment. Oh, look at that, we hit one of the cannonballs while I was off screen. That was interesting. That was interesting. It looks like I was trying to bounce off the cannonball when it was just about to go off screen, and I must have been just a little late, or perhaps I just got hit from the side on its neighbor. Whoops. Progress, that's all chat demands. Well, chat doesn't always get what it wants, but we certainly try. Oh. Okay, let's just sit here and... Whoa. I shouldn't have shied away from that one there. I should have just gone for it. And maybe spent some time in the middle of this room to reposition, just to play a little more safely. We should actually bounce on top of the cannonballs when we can. Yeah, actually, no, it's not the height that is affected by... Or rather, it's not the height of how low the boot sinks before it bounces back up that affects the necessity of the cannonball. The cannonball is necessary because it's the only way you can extend the timing long enough to actually move the boot forward. If that's understandable at all. Let's reset this so we can grab another frog. The manly faceplant emoticon. Yeah, that's rather important. Oh, you don't get a second frog. I guess the frog is just a bit of a safety buffer. Let's try it again. Yeah, because the frog is given to you at the flag, and there's no way to get a second one, so... We have one chance with a frog. This did not look smart. Okay. Oh. That's not where I thought it would come up. I estimated its drop position as a little bit to the left there, and I just completely missed. Yeah, I thought it would come up just maybe a tile to the left of where it actually did. Nope, you definitely need to hit the top platform first just to readjust. We'll be trying to do that on the next attempt. And you found it. Yeah. Very useful to have around. No question about that. Whoop. So that particular intersection does not work well when the cannonball and the boot are directly on top of each other. Because what happened there was that I fell into the boot at the same moment that the cannonball knocked me out of the boot. And getting into the boot took priority in a way that was not to my advantage, shall we say. That was also not something that went as well as it should have. Let's change the pattern here. We had a good thing going earlier, we just haven't been able to recreate it just yet. Whoop! Nope. Yeah, okay, let's bail on this and try it again. And of course we'll have the coin 4 room after this, which means that we will want to get this one down consistently, because even once we do it successfully, I may have to redo it a few times. Okay, I need to drop a bit faster towards the cannonballs from time to time. Let's just reposition where necessary. Okay, that's good. That's looking a lot better. Alright, we do need to grab it. Maybe I shouldn't have displaced it that far. Yeah, no, we definitely need to take it a little bit further, or at least get one bounce off cannonball before just heading over. Part of it is that we're still finding the right kind of timing, and that sometimes when you go a little too high with a frog, it's difficult to drop in time, because sometimes if you just go a little too high, there is a pocket of time when the situation is not really in your control. Nope. Oh, that's bad. It's okay, we'll make it back over if we can, and I think this is still salvageable. There we go. Hopefully we get another frog as we enter room 4 for the first time. We do not get another frog, so we have to dodge a lot of fire here. Whoop. And just kind of inch forward this way. And hold into the jump for as long as we can. And let them melt the ice. Now, can I drop in here? Yes, I can. We made it. First try. Anyway. Interesting. Coin 5 before checkpoint. I wonder why. That's an interesting placement. Anyway, 7 MMC. It does affect a state switch, I think. For whatever it is you're doing next. I wonder if it locks you out of something. Given that... Oh, no, I know what it is. It's probably because you come back here and there's a post-keyDEF checkpoint that then activates the on-off switch to drop you through the door. That's what it is. You'll be cycling back to this room at some point. Possibly even dropping in from the ceiling after you secure a bonus room, perhaps. And as you were saying, Elder Word, absolutely masterful. Yeah, sometimes I'm making a mistake of jumping into the boots when I should be slipping into them off the side so I don't spend too much time in the air before I drop into them. So, we'll be attempting that here. There we go. And the boot is being raised by block on these tracks, and oh, we don't want to do that then. Yeah, the overlap is bad, the bounce is good, the overlap is not so much. Also, I see, yeah, sound has been dying like every few minutes today on the stream. We'll need to just fix that up quickly. Steam power, exactly. Sorry about the technical mess here today. It had settled down in earlier sessions, but don't always have that under control, so. Anyway. So yeah, we'll try to position this along the track. Notice that we can switch columns. You can switch the boot over to the right side column if you are in the boot when you bounce on top of a cannonball, because that would be what allows me to reposition it when I'm kind of at the zenith of its jump. Okay. Oh, we want to drop into the boot before it expires. And here, then we need to get through the center column. Oh, I wonder, actually, looking at the track now, if maybe we're not limited to track on the left. I don't actually know what's suspending the boot, but if it's something like springs that are loaded on top of a blue platform, then perhaps the boot is actually usable all the way across. I'd assume that I had to stay relatively within range of the tracks, but that's not actually true. I think an entire spring segment is loaded in. In fact, we do want to stay reasonably centered. Although previously the idea of bouncing on all of the cannonballs in sequence was actually fine. Yeah, it's well in keeping with the concept of this level and how it's communicating things that the entirety of the ground should be usable. Whoops. Just a little late on jumping out of the boot there. So let's try it again. Okay. I expected it to be a little further right. That was obviously wrong. Yeah, a lot of it is just not accidentally hesitating when you make some self-corrections in midair. Anyway, let's try it again. Oh, whoa, okay. No, we do need a little bit more airtime before I dive in. So I can catch the boot in a slightly higher position before we start dropping it. I don't want to do a full jump out of this cloud, but I definitely want to stay on a little bit longer, like that. That feels a lot more comfortable now. No, one bounce will not do it. If we bounce on one cannonball, we do have to bounce on a second one. Or just do a short bounce to minimize that timing. I think the idea is that plan A is to just dodge the cannonballs at all costs, but if we do bounce on one, we need to bounce on a second. Maintain position. So for example, like that. Okay, now let's keep an eye out for a coin that we can grab. This is just a check to make sure that we've centered our position at that point. Nope. Hesitated a bit there because I was trying to reposition myself. You know what they say, if you don't succeed, try to hide any evidence you ever tried. Hiring the evidence is sometimes always acceptable as a way of hiding the evidence as well, I think. You know, if you're just paying somebody off with a non-disclosure agreement. So, I think both interpretations are perfectly valid here. Whoops. Once again, just jumping out a little bit late. I was doing fine. Again, I just hesitated a bit on the top segment when we were about to hit the coin, since I was keeping my eye on how we could grab the bonus. Yeah, like I was saying, I kind of expect that perhaps after the bonus room we'll be dropping into that checkpoint flag again, because of the placement of that key death coin. Oh, nope, that's bad. Hey, we made it. Almost. Almost. You only ask that I don't die in the first second of a stage. Oh, it happens from time to time. Usually, no, it's not. When that happens, it's usually not my fault. It's often just a design that deliberately tries to trick you out. Whoops. Yeah, overlaps, bad. Theory Mind, you gotta go to sleep and have fun with the rest of the 7 MMC. Yeah, glad you had fun playtesting the multiplayer. Like I said, we're likely to run those at a second day closer to the weekend, so it's easier to get people to queue in. And the stream is usually small enough that it shouldn't be too much trouble to arrange a group. Oh, whoops. It's not a glitch, Elderword. It's just something that you have to understand about the level design, is that because it's a big boot, you're going to collide with the boot first. And then if the boot is overlapping the cannonball, then the cannonball is detected as having hit it, as you can see. So what's happening is that the logic here is we're landing in the boot, and then the cannonball is knocking me out because the overlap has already happened. It's not a glitch at all. It's something that we need to keep in mind as something to avoid. Because it is the way that I would expect it to work. It is, in fact, exactly how I would expect it to work as the behavior that's by design. It's just that we need to be very decisive about whether to attempt to jump on top of the cannonball or not. And sometimes we're making that decision a little bit late. So. Yeah, if we kind of jump out of position like that, then, as you can see, a lot easier to deal with this, until, of course, we do it again. A lot of this is just about keeping a good mental picture of where the boot is being dropped, and occasionally I'm just not tracking that very well visually. Particularly because I'm remaining centered the way I've been doing. Okay. Okay, that's how I wanted to do it. There we go, and we just reposition before we get hit by fire. Oh, no. We probably didn't want to deal with that. Let's see. Yeah, there are definitely some things that trick you out sometimes with getting you to react in ways that throw off your timing. The difficulty here in some ways is much more psychological than mechanical. In that if you're thinking ahead to a certain step, you might lose track of where you are in the boot's horizontal position as well as this timing window. And so when I am dying to this, much of the time it feels self-inflicted. But we got pretty far in that previous attempt, so we'll try to push on a little further. Okay. Up we go. Yeah, once again, that was indecisive. I need to be very clear about whether I'm aiming for the cannonball or not. And in general, I think they should be avoided, but sometimes I think, oh, I'll just be fancy and I'll jump on two in a row and everything will be fine. But sometimes things are not so fine. And then you run into issues like this. Now, I wonder if the coin is still obtainable as non-Frog Mario. I feel like it might not be. But... oh, no, we can do it. We can do it. Just need good timing. Yeah, we made it. I wonder if that's still obtainable, in fact. Nope, not quite. And yeah, the sound died again, unfortunately. We really need to fix this before we see the bonus room in case there's anything musical in the bonus room. Yeah, sorry about this. It's just been technical problems galore today. Usually not this bad. Anyway, Bonus segment, let's see it. I do not have the frog suit anymore. I wonder if that will affect what I can do here. Oh, looks like a boss room. And then something that will eventually perhaps activate an on-off switch and drop a single tile. Yeah, I think that's what it is. You go to the boss room, there will be an activation of an on-off switch. When you come back, then these will be blocked off on either side, and then the balloon in the center will release something that will allow me to go through this door in the center. Yeah, in Mario, it's actually kind of a heat-related issue with my CPU being pressed to its limit when I'm streaming. Where one of the things that goes wrong is the sound. Okay. The boot can jump on top of the spike balls, but do I want to do that? I think we just need to avoid them as obstacles and hit the on-off switch on either side. And then that's going to change the pattern of the spike balls that are falling, as you can see. Whoop. And also, notice that because I don't have the frog suit. Yeah, so now we'll see the checkpoint mechanism. Because the checkpoint mechanism drops you through the central door. No, I see what happens now. Because of the key death, from having collected the bonus room, you drop into the central balloon, I think. Yeah, that's exactly how it works. And now we get to do this with Frog, as well as with an additional key that's not going to be used, I don't think. Okay. Rather, the additional key will... Whoops, there we go. Maybe affect something with the ending, we'll see. Anyway, the frog suit does make this quite a bit easier here, so we'll just try to maintain position. Aha, that's what spawns. Let's just be extra careful. Oh, that was not extra careful. Hopper, chicken poppers, more like. And yeah, the key actually just allows you to go back to the goal screen if you decide not to do this optional content here. We've been doing everything optional though, so I would like to get this one done. Losing the frog is going to make this more difficult, but not impossible. We'd actually gotten by a significant part of a level without the frog suit, despite all odds. Nope. Nope, not quite the right falling angle that we were going for. So yeah, you can reactivate the on-off switch all you want, but you don't want to, because a single activation is what will get you through. Actually no, because this is the door that sends you through the previous area, so... What am I trying to achieve then? Ah yes, we're trying to activate the on-off switch so we can go through the yellow pipe. The yellow pipe is the exit I'm going for. Whoops. So that's why we had a single activation. You can, of course, try to go back here, but that would be a bad idea. And regardless, I think the room before this one likely just resets to state to off no matter what, because that seems to make sense given the design. Okay. Oh. That's a hit. Now, taking damage doesn't ultimately matter too much, and that's the thing I have to keep in mind, that maintaining the boot at the end of the day is the more important objective. There we go. Let's go up. And hopefully losing the frog here doesn't compromise anything. Dark Koopa Troll, welcome back. Okay, this is a sequence that doesn't let you die, thankfully. This is just a balloon. And taking a boot up with you, oops, allows you to perhaps grab the moon if... Yeah, that's going to be collected. And I don't think there's a way to go through the right side, so we'll just take the celebratory balloons over here. Let's grab the mushrooms over good measure, why not? And looks like we gave them hell, so thank you for dropping by, Elderword. And that's the big finish. Alright, we made it. That's 2 down. Let's take a look at the comment art. Looks like Roiru in the world record there, is it? Yeah, it is. I can recognize that avatar. Would be very interested to see the world record run of this, in fact. And Roiru would definitely have streamed it, I'm pretty sure. The true ending? Yeah. Let's look for artwork. The usual snowy signature of the Street Rat, leaving a lot of wows lately. And having the wows in the boots seems pretty thematically appropriate. Samwell. Bootalia. Yep. Which, interestingly enough, also resembles the location of the Splatoon series, if you've seen the map that was recently released on that. But anyway, that's the boot. Long boots. Long live the boot. And we have a raid from Octopus Cove just in time because we're about to play Chichiri's level. Those of you coming in, let's go. With a big shout out here. So yeah, Chichiri, we're actually just about to get to yours, I think. I believe it was third in the set. And yeah, Incorporeal Investigation is coming up next, right after we browse the comment art here. And look at that. Lovely boot illustrations all over the place. So incredibly well timed from Chichiri. Anyway, Incorporeal Investigation, level number 3 from the individual who just sent an audience over to witness how I do with this. Ubiquitous Swedish Fish, how many channel points to boo the next level? I guess we'll find out. Commune with the Manor's ghosts to make your escape. Notepad recommended. Well, we're going to bring out the escape room notepad, which failed me miserably when we attempted to use this for the Rubik's Cube puzzle. I tried to take plain text notes for the Rubik's Cube puzzle, and it was so finicky that eventually I just exited out to the maker mode, to the course editor, to solve some of the more complex puzzles. Like I just dive out to the course editor and use that instead because it was much more manageable for anything visual. But anyway, we have our escape room notepad all ready to go. And that Ubiquitous Swedish Fish, yeah, I used to run a lot of cryptic escape rooms on this stream back when I had more time for Mario Maker, and so we eventually found a bit of a setup that worked. It was actually specifically, I think, the Tempest Funk Escape Room Quintet series that motivated me to put that system together. Anyway, let's read the long description on the website. The Manor's ghosts have information to give you. Pay attention to them and they'll help you escape. Notepad recommended. Chichiri, of course, returning after that previous Fishbone level in, I think it was week 4. Okay. We got 2 Buzzy Beetles up front, and we'll have to remember that this is an SMBU, so wall jumps are perhaps a part of this. Also, yeah, this house totally looks like a face, if you look at it. 2 icy eyes and a big doorsy mouth. Let's enter and take shelter from the rain. Okay, so we dropped in right away. Looks like this is ultimately going to be a key entry room, so perhaps if there's a solution entry, we should see what it looks like. It's going to be a 4-digit numerical passcode that gets you to the next checkpoint. And it's going to consist of 4 elements that, yeah, I guess will have elements that are associated with each of these. So let's say it's going to be blaster, stretch, question block, and brick. And then each of those are going to be a 4-digit code that goes up to 9 hits, 4 digits, 0 to 8. And so we'll be looking for that in each of the respective rooms. Anyway, let's go back, since we're burning time on a clock. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that everybody coming in from Chichiri's stream knows better than to try to backseat, so... if you do have developer questions that might spoil anything, do take it to DM if you can. But let's go to the left side and see what's in room number 1. And yeah, Ubiquitous Swedish Fish, you know how things work around here, so... Ooh, that's number 3. That's a very fancy number 3. I love how the boos just kind of freeze into place the way boos usually do, but that everything kind of lines up to make that work in a dark theme. Very nice use of the dark theme for that visual clue as well. I guess that makes the boos to number 3. Let's see what's over here. And those will be boos that are associated with blasters because they came out of blasters. So if we actually take a look at the notepad, I think that's definitely assigned to blaster 3. This will be the question block room. The question block room gives me something squiggly. I think it's supposed to write something down, perhaps. It looks like a number 7 if you look at the positioning here. That looks like they're tracing the number 7. Notice, too, that if there's an on-off switch later that... If we're able to punch through this, we can. Look at the placement of the pink coin. It looks like there's a pink coin that's glistening just a little to right in this room, so... Of the 3 available coins, we need to consider this as a location that would be worth inspecting at some later point. So, yeah, we'll note that down as number 7 on question block. Then we'll continue. 2 doors over here, 1-ups that are the 1-ups of Doom, apparently. And yeah, once again, you'll notice that here there's another location that seems to be adjacent to a pink coin that might be important. Possibly after the on-off switch, there might be something like a... Not a bomb activation, but something similar. We'll have to consider how that mechanic's going to work anyway. But that's our clue. Now this one's interesting. So this will be the Stretch Boo room. And we have 2 separate segments. Maybe this is the number 7. But then if that's number 7, what was the one I just looked at? That looks very clearly like the number 7, in fact, the way that they are tracing that path. So we should reconsider this because maybe this pattern is not what I think it is. But this kind of looks like a 7. They could both be 7s, of course. We shouldn't overrule that possibility. This might also be 6 if you think about the boos covering 6 blocks of work, but I don't think that it's it. I think everything is going to be a visual demonstration of the number that we want to look at. So let's take a look at this once again just for comparison. I believe this is a 7, but I also want to go up to inspect further because it's possible that we haven't seen enough of this yet. There might be further columns. No, there aren't. Okay. So maybe this is just a 7 as well. And we should keep that in mind. You should never assume a lack of duplications. And yeah, bricks, I guess we can go up and hit each of these and just come out the side. I guess we'll probably want to activate, yeah, a certain pattern that will trace a number for us. Whoops. Let's go back. Notice, once again, the state blocks on either corner. And these boos just I mean, yeah, this looks pretty much like it's going to be a 9 or a 4. No, it is 4. And notice once again, a pink coin on the left side of this one here. So, how many commented soft lock? Oh, because they thought that it would be trapped by these purely aesthetic columns here. That would be odd. Okay, so I'm uncertain about the 7s here because they would be two different designs of 7, but let's just say 3774. And we'll reconsider the 7 designs if that turns out not to be the case. How would anyone think they're soft locked? Oh no, just because sometimes people have this kind of blindness for semi-solid columns. I mean, if you bother to try to walk off of this, then it's not a big deal, but you never know. People sometimes comment soft lock really impulsively. I mean, I think most of the time when you comment soft lock, that's the case. So, notice too that you can always dip back out this door if you wanted. But as you can see, no particular reason to... Well, okay, never mind. There is a particular reason to do so, and we'll totally miss it. That's a nice touch, by the way. Just putting the 1 up there for good measure. Yeah, too bad about the secret. Oh well. Anyway, 3774, let's try it. Unless I'm totally mistaken about a 7 design, which I might be. We'll find out. Nope. Looks like... Oh, that's just a timing element, yeah. Alright. No, that's wrong. So let's reconsider the 7s here. Let's read those once again. The one that's likeliest to be wrong is this one. It looks like kind of a T. Squiggle, squiggle. I just think about what other numbers it could be, because it's not going to be 1... Oh, no. You need to look at the block pattern, not the boo movement pattern. No, the block pattern is actually very clearly 6. So, that's very silly of me. It's... I think coming here after having seen the previous room with the blasters, I was just inclined to look at the boos first instead of looking at the thing they were tracing. So it's actually very obviously 6. Anyway, back down we go. Poor Boo here just dies, of course, and no longer represents his clue. Anyway, we'll just dawdle around here for a bit. Did I? Oh, no, I swapped these two by mistake. It's 3, 7, 6. Wait. Yeah, no. I swapped these by mistake. Because, once again, I was thinking about the stretch boos and not about the question blocks, which is the thing that they were actually tracing. So, my mistake is actually 3, 7, 6, 4. For such a simple thing, you would think that we wouldn't flub so many code entries, but... just means we get to kill the boo again, so... Okay. Nice way of doing that. Yeah, I mean, obviously we'd have to take a look at the code mechanism. Not that we can because it's dark, but it looks like it depended entirely on having a timed mushroom drop there, melt some ice. That would clear the path over to the switch, so... Nice way of doing that. Let's continue and see what happens. Or Boo. Okay, so we got another series of clues here. We will now look at this as well. The key door. As you can see, whoop. Okay. Oh, time's up. Okay, that's great. Perfect timing. Yeah, it had to become completely resettable, exactly. That works out pretty well. And... okay, so let's think about this over here. So there was a scroll break that happened just now. We didn't get a good look at it, but things are going to tug over, and as you can see, that looks like number 7 with those boos. Let's take a look at what the code entry will be. This looks like it's going to be the entry room, so we'll... nope. It's just the continuation. And nothing else seems affected here, so... oh, except, of course, we can go back to all the previous rooms for those top blocks that I noticed earlier. Which looks like it would be the path to... yeah, as you can see, I expected a bomb. That is exactly what I thought that would be. Because I guess the bomb would be... yep, within range of blowing that up. Wasn't there another one at the top corner? Let's see what that was about. No, I'm thinking about the room that has one of those on either side. And so we'll move up here. Bomb this out. Okay, great. Yeah, notice too that works as a scroll break in its own way, because it does interrupt the ground block column that comes all the way down that side. So this will manipulate the layout a little bit in its own way. And let's come over here. Shell throw, exactly. Didn't expect quite so many Kaizo techniques here. Anyway, notice the boo in this location. It's not going to go anywhere. But it does look like the boo patterns on the side might be relevant. So we might have to keep those in mind. Because it looks like the background pattern there is something that's readable in a way that maybe we should be paying attention to. So for example here, yeah, shell throw indicators, as you were saying. There are 2 boos in this location. We'll think about this configuration. Notice how the boos are, in fact, frozen in place. Are they on a mole stack? Is that what's happening there, or... it looks like they're pinned in place by some kind of stacking mechanism. But, yeah, game audio has been dying quite a bit on my stream today. Sorry about that. We'll fix that up. This has been failing over and over today, so we'll just reset quickly. It's a quick fix. It's just a major annoyance on my stream from time to time. And it's a bit of a heat issue regarding my computer that once it gets going, it's a little difficult to correct. But we should be back in just a sec. Yeah, just do let me know when that happens. So yeah, 2 boos in this location. Looks like that is a mole stack from what you were telling me. And so yeah. Oh, there was a pitch shifting. Yeah. So the pitch shifting is one of the signs of audio about to fail, so glad you let me know about that. It looks like these are letters, actually. It's like the letter E. Maybe. This horizontal configuration. What would that other one be, then? Let's take a look at each of these rooms. And maybe the blaster room is different now as well. Because on-off switches might affect what fires in that location. We'll think about this. This doesn't look like something alphabetic. Unless there's something really obvious I'm missing. But... yeah, let's take a look at the blaster room just for good measure, since we haven't checked it a second time, and it's possible that this gives me something different. Nope, it's not. Never mind. Okay, well, we'll keep those clues in mind. We'll probably have to get back to them to give them a proper look once I know what kind of clue entry we're looking for. But as you can see, this is the way to proceed, so the coins were required for this segment. And you can pop back out anytime you like, if you really insist. Ah, okay. So this is the relative configuration of those rooms. The bottom left is going to be empty. Hang on. Okay. Okay, I see. So you have 2 note block rooms over here. Yeah, so we need to match these up to the designs that we had seen previously, but let's think about what that arrow is telling me. Let's see how to proceed first of all, because I should see what the solution method is like before we continue. So we've already seen some of these wall configurations, and we should think about the relative layout of dimension, perhaps, or perhaps the style of blocks that are involved here. But we'll just continue to cycle through the pipes until we've seen more of this. Ah, okay, so now we have a code entry. And we have a code entry that we can see very visibly. So, let's do some note-taking. We're going to have E, cloud, hard block, and ice block. So each of those will be associated once again with 4 digits from 0 to 8. And we'll have to see how that looks. Is that coming through the door pipe? Let's just take a look. Okay, so this resets you back here, and also notice that everything prior to this is accessible because we actually do want to access those for the clues in the previous rooms. So, if we have 4 different block types... Okay, so the note block is only relevant insofar as it tells me how to read the scheme that's coming. So this is basically a key to how to understand and interpret the kind of transformation that we're looking for that's going to give us a certain number. And the actual code entry is going to be these 2 types, the cloud type, hard block, plus the ice block and the P block that we see in the other room. So, if we're given this information, it's going to map to a particular track design. But then how does a track design map to numbers that we need for a key entry? That's something that I'm not clear on yet. We'll have to think about that. Because, okay, notice how the configuration of the boos on the top right kind of match up to that top corner piece that you're seeing. But then I'm not seeing how the bottom left here and the bottom left here match up to the transformation. And that's something that we'll probably have to return to the previous rooms to fully decode. Because basically I don't know what number this represents right now. And we do need these to ultimately resolve as numbers. Let's take a look at the boo count in each of these. It's obviously not just going to be counting them, but I'm just seeing if there are any patterns that we should be particularly alert to. I think I understand what to do with this. We need to go back to the previous rooms, because that's going to show me the correspondence between certain boo configurations and track configurations. Okay, so If we go back to the previous rooms, we should see this 2 boo vertical stack match up to this left-facing throw indicator, if you want to read it as such. The number of people who just counted them and entered that, well, I guess they weren't paying attention. Yeah, because at this point, you are already past the key door, so you're expected to have noticed what you see on the right side of the screen there. That matches up to the other clue that we saw with the top corner on the top right. And I think what we're ultimately going to do is we're going to interpret these configurations in a way that will allow us to visualize the tracks as connecting into a single number that's visually represented. And so let me think about what a good note-taking scheme would be like for this, because I feel like these configurations are going to be relevant. So let's pull up the notepad. And we'll do a bit of a key code here somehow, where let's say we have boo, boo. Each of these are going to be 3x3 grids in the middle, so we can just do something like this, where you have a bit of a 3x3 space to work with. And then you could have, with this note-taking scheme, something like this. Boo, boo. And that would give you that top left configuration that you're looking for. ASCII art actually works quite well for this, I think, because it gives you everything tile by tile. So, and which was why I tried it with the Rubik's Cube puzzle as well and failed miserably, because the configurations were just much too finicky to work with by text. You would never get it to line up how I have. Okay. Yeah. But anyway, that worked. So let's go back to the previous rooms to collect all the additional information we can. Looks like, well, we've been given 2 of the keys here already. Let's take a look at which other configurations we want, because we can just kind of map them accordingly. There's going to be a central boo, there's going to be... Yeah, we actually already know with this one here that there's going to be this number 3 structure on the right side. So for example, if the 2 on the left are blanks, if the single boos are just single boos, for instance, and I don't know that for a fact, then the right side here would be readable as number 3. And so we'll have to see whether the single boos actually represent blank spaces. I think they do. And I strongly suspect they do, in fact. But and then, yeah, this once again, like, you'll have this backwards C structure on the right side. And then we'll have to see what this other one on the top left represents, but let's take a look at what else we will be looking for. And yeah, you'll have the same kind of structure here with the 2 boos that are connected at the left side. You'll have the C structure down here. And yeah, so you never have to do anything with that diagonal corner that we saw previously. So the main thing that we need to look for is the 2 horizontal boos, because that actually gives me most of what I need. There aren't that many unique configurations to work with here, so we just need to go back to the previous rooms and take a quick peek at what we're dealing with. And, okay, back this way. Now, we did reset the timer earlier, didn't we? So we do need to break everything up again, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, with the bombs. We'll just break the scroll over here. And as you can see, that actually just gives me a forward C structure. So we'll get this on screen somehow with my notepad. Yeah. Okay. And it'll look something like this. Oh, hang on. We need to connect this. Very important. And then that's that. So the only thing we're missing is that single central boo, because that probably will be relevant in order to make the pieces connect. And we'll need to look for that wherever it was placed. I don't remember which one it was, so let's just head back up and bump my head on everything in sight. Nope, this is the clue that we've seen previously, and this is nothing at all, so we'll go back down. Okay, and this one should give me the single boo design. Single boo design is simply 2 lines, one on top, one on the bottom, so we'll jot that down. And then you'll get tons of open space here. And I think that lines up. So those are the clues we need. So the single boos are not blank spaces necessarily, they do connect other pieces. And we'll see what kind of shapes we've managed to create when you connect all of these into a grid. Okay, back we go. And yep, we got plenty of time on the clock for the code entry, so we'll just head back here. Now we will of course be keeping an eye out for the balloon bonus as well, eventually, when that becomes relevant. So let's take a look at these 2 pieces here. What do we have for the cloud? The cloud, I'm just going to try to visualize this. You're going to have the 2 horizontal pieces on the left side, so that's going to be... Okay, so maybe this might not be the best scheme for doing this. Let's... down. Chai latte, welcome. Yeah, it's 3 spaces like that, and then they kind of connect with the structure like this. This is actually just number 3. I thought this was number 3 to begin with, but I didn't know how to interpret the single boo. The single boo obviously just extends like that. So I'm not going to do the sketch for every single one, I think, but you can kind of see as this demonstrates how we visualize putting the 4 pieces together. So this would give you the cloud as being equal to 3. Okay, works for me. Now, the pause screen is kind of, and the notepad for that matter, is kind of obstructing the other one right now. But that shouldn't be too difficult to visualize on its own. Let's just pull up the notes. And this is going to be the hard blocks. You're going to have the forward C in the top left. You're going to have basically one big extended forward C. It's a 5. It's a 5. It's pretty clearly a 5, in fact. So let's go 5 for the hard block. I'm not going to sketch out the whole thing. Okay, P block next. Once again, just 2 lines up top. The C structure down here. And then it's kind of a Yeah, so basically the bottom half makes a box. And this would come out to be a 6 then. Now, over here, with the ice segment, the squiggles kind of make a 2. They make a 2. So 6352 should be the entry code. Let's try it. And we'll hopefully have visualized this accurately, despite just having kind of eyeballed it. 6352. And Mushroom is going to come down as expected and give me access. And let's go forward before the P-switch expires just to see what happens. And look at this. This tells me something up top. C-A-N-D-L-E, candle. Okay. This is totally not a soft lock, but it's just there to trick you out. And also you can just walk off the side, so it's not a soft lock because you can walk off the side. We obviously do want to hit this just to see what happens. Candle, yeah. Pretty sure that is what it says. Okay. Let's see what that does. GG? No, I don't think so. So, we need to look for a candle, then. Then how do we proceed? We can go back. We're allowed to go back. And we've had some kind of state switch here again, haven't we? At a checkpoint. Candle. Well, let's think about this. So previously it was just the note block section that was lighting up for me. Like a candle, I suppose. And let's see where else we can reverse. We can reverse your whole level, actually, so... But if I respawn at checkpoint 2, shouldn't I be able to go back? Oh, no, no, no. If I collect all the pink coins, then I do need to plug them in here for the key, so that won't be it. There's a P-switch door over here. Why on earth would we want to go back to checkpoint 1? Because... Well, I mean, we know all the code entries anyway, so... Do I want to go back to checkpoint 1? Probably not, because the on-off switch... Actually, it does get me through, doesn't it? No, it doesn't. Okay, we're going to hit checkpoint 1 for no reason. Let's get back to checkpoint 2. With the 17 seconds that remain. That T-shape... Oh, yeah. There's a key over here. We need to obtain this key. Then... And, oh, we need to redo the code entry. So I guess we respawn from checkpoint 2. But I think the key here just signals your code entry, though. In order to pick that up, we need to do something else entirely. Yeah, it is just denoting the code room, just the same as the first pipe. Exactly. Exactly. That makes sense. Anyway, here we are back to checkpoint 1, which is not useful. Let's head back to the code entry. And let's see what there is to manipulate over there. Curious. We do need to redo all of this stuff and grab the coins accordingly. Yeah, that's the first code room. And we'll have to think about what the candle could possibly be telling me. Okay, so we got that. Interesting central boo over here. Not that we can do anything with it. Yeah, no, they just come out after the state switch. That's not actually that interesting. I wonder if this top right thing here is relevant to anything, really. It might be, we never know. But it's not within range of a bomb or anything of the sort, so... Let's come back here, grab the third coin, and then see what happens. Also, it might always be something pertinent to going back to the entrance. We saw the one up there previously, but I wonder if there's perhaps something else that it might affect. Also notice that we cannot go up here, okay. Handle. Interesting. So yeah, nothing here. We've already done the state switch. We know this gives you the one-up mushroom. Lots of one-up mushrooms, in fact. I wonder if it's possible to get onto the buzzies quickly enough. I don't think it is. I would highly doubt it. Extra secrets. Yeah, it makes up for that first one that we just completely missed. Nice touch there as well with all of the state switching we've seen so far. Let's go see the initial room here again, just in case there's anything relevant. I think it's just going to spit out number 3 again. So yeah, not too interesting here. Yeah, you do love some secrets. So do we. A very essential part of the Mario Maker experience. So yeah, P-blocks prevent you from proceeding when you spawn out of the previous code entry room. Now, why would they want to do that? Because, let's think about what the P-switch might potentially break here. Oh yeah, it would break the next code entry if you speed over to the next code entry quickly enough. So we need to figure out what this candle thing is all about. Notice that we haven't broken the scroll on the right side yet. Oh, now we have. Okay. Well, the fact that you can loop all the way back to start seems interesting. And yeah, we know that we can enter the code right now. We can do that, of course, but I want to scroll ahead first just to see if we're missing anything additional. The bombs and red blocks used to not exist. Interesting. Oh, I guess if you just let the player head up there to grab the coins directly, or if you had some other... I mean, I guess you're forcing the guidance back to the clues, right? That's what you're doing with the bombs and red blocks right now. And that previously, if they didn't exist, then you would have a situation where people would have to know to go back of their own volition, if I understand that correctly. No one noticed the clock hints. I see. Yeah. And I thought they were fairly evident, but then I was already kind of keeping my eyes peeled for the pink coin stuff from the get-go, so maybe I had a bit of an advantage there. Anyway, 352. So, it seems important here that you're able to go back from this segment after the code entry. I mean, you would have to, because otherwise there's no way forward to... what is going on here? These single boos. Same candle. Well, this corner here was worth checking, obviously. What does this give me? Lights up the candle. That's definitely the candle. And the only place that we've seen those illuminations have been at the note block. You misinterpreted the clock as some sort of hint with the time 8:30. Oh, yeah, no, I see what you mean. And I see why everybody else is reading it as a clock, because I would not have visualized it as a square clock. by default. I always just think of them as grid designs, I suppose. So this tells you to visualize the note blocks, or rather the glowing effect as candles. We should go back and look at that properly. Notice too, let's think about what the P-switch potentially affects. Also notice that you have to redo the code entry in this room. Yeah, of course you do, because of the way the mechanism resets. You don't think I understand the candle hint, which isn't helping. Probably. But we'll get it eventually, I'm sure. Time to finish strong. Yeah, Natcat, that's what we're trying to do. We leave no secret unturned. Oh, you know what? We don't need to do that. This is already melted. We don't actually need to re-enter everything. The melt has already occurred. Candle. Yeah, the coin is already melted, exactly. I wonder if you just come here quickly enough, while the P-switch is still active, whether something could potentially be activated here on this screen. Let's go back and try that. Yeah, P-switch locks you out on this side, so it's not like you can drop in here. Not that we would ever want to do that, of course. Okay, P-switch doesn't affect anything in this room. P-switch might affect something in a previous room. No, we can't go to the previous room. Okay. Candle. I guess, if you think about it, the booze in the first section that appeared after you did the state switch are technically candles. We'll go back and try that, except we'd have to hit checkpoint 1 in order to do that. And I'm a little reluctant to do that until we know what's going on. It might also be that the candle things here are working as connecting pieces. You'd think you see it. Yeah, we'll have to think about that. The only place that we've seen the glowing effect so far is this, but I don't know if it's just there to highlight that you should be looking at these segments. You see something. Anyway, it's no big deal if we do have to go back post checkpoint 2. You have eyes. Yeah, that's the thing, is that I was looking at those 2 arrows that are squinting at each other, and they do match up to the room that is just before the blue pipe entry, I think. So this, like these 2 arrows, kind of match up to what we had seen previously in the location just after CP1. That comment was for Ubiquitous Swedish Fish? I assume so. Yeah, so it matches up to this thing here, right? Oh, the clock. Yeah, the clock design. I see what you mean. It's telling me to look for the clock. So, it's telling me to look for the clock, and then there's a track connection here. So, we need to look for the clock, then. Speaking of clocks. So that probably gives you the additional key, then. Once we know where to look for it. It wouldn't be a key that's just available that early into level. Given that that would break that pink coin mechanism. Or rather, it has to be after the pink coin door, I would think. We might be wrong, so let's do the code entry once again. Chess Bunzo, welcome. Even a definite room makes 7. Yeah. Wouldn't that be an interesting way to plant a clue? As a community effort. Yeah, no, the arrows in that previous room pointed to a clock. And now I think they're pointing to a part of the design that we need to look at. Let's consider the parallax here. Okay, so if you're standing in this location, then you can see that they point to the object in the background, which is probably what you need for the key location. What even is that object? Let's take a look. Yeah, no, we know what we need to look for in the background art now. Yeah, that's what you saw. Yeah, this is getting you to stand in a central location. Now look at the arrows. The arrows point to whatever that is. And we need to look for that then. Possibly we need to backtrack to see it because I don't see it elsewhere so far. But let's check the segment here first because we shouldn't assume that it's accessible before the first pink coin segment that we saw earlier. I guess we might need to wind up with 2 keys regardless. Let's go back. Oh, whoops. Yeah, that is where we want to go. So let's go back to the mansion. Back to the mansion. And see if there's an open space where that is actually accessible. Might be a bit of a hunt. I might be completely missing it. Because, yeah, the background is blocked off in nearly all of this. Once again, it wouldn't make much sense for this to be before the first key door. It might also just be out front. Because that's what has a lot of the background artwork exposed. And we're looking for a particular shape here that I totally don't see. The windows, but basically we're looking for background artwork for sure. And it won't be at this elevation. Anyway, let's see that. We'll definitely need to grab all the coins to break open the first key door anyhow. So we should do that. Scan the whole level accordingly. But yeah, as you can see, the backgrounds are pretty well obstructed all over the place here, just to eliminate any ambiguity with what that final clue represents. Painstakingly pretty well covered, yeah. Because it would be kind of a massive red herring otherwise. Yeah, notice how the background here is a little more visible, but you're all... you're only accessing the lower level here, so that doesn't actually give you anything useful. So yeah, I'm looking behind the booze here as well, and it's nothing. So yeah, this is saying clock, you kind of connect it to everything else that comes later. And you can go here. Yeah, blue pipe just takes you back. And this takes you here. Okay, we've got to plug this in. As I was saying, I mean, it had to be after this key door. So we just need to perhaps scan this a little more carefully. Possibly, maybe there's something in the code entry room that we just didn't look at either. No, the code entry room gets you to the candle room directly afterwards, so I don't think that's it. Everything is covered up, so we have to scan the environment pretty carefully. Pretty heroic effort given the limitations on semi-solid overlaps in this game. Yeah, everything's melted here already. We can just press this down. Yeah. The thing to the left of the window. What even is that in the design? It's definitely part of the background parallax, but I just can't even make out what that is. Or where to see it. You need to be standing in a particular location. What if we stood on this thing? If only there were big letters writing it out, yeah. Candle? Oh, okay, yeah, no, I guess it's telling you that it is a candle. Well, why don't we hit this? Nope. Where could I possibly stand to make that visible, though? It's definitely in a part of the background that's kind of overlooking the window design. You need to hunt a little bit. I definitely couldn't see it in any of the code entry rooms earlier. Can't really see it in this room either. I've got to be pretty thorough about this. We actually haven't really taken a proper look at the Checkpoint 1 room. And... you know... oh, I guess the checkpoint mechanism probably wouldn't affect anything here. If you're locked off on this side. But you know what? Let's try it. That's something that obvious that we haven't really thought about. I can't remember if the block was protected, basically, the on-off, whether it was obstructed from an additional interaction. And it might be and it might not. Like, basically whether there's a state block on the left side of the on-off block. There is, okay. So there was no point to doing this. Alright. Now we know. I wasn't clear because you can't actually see it from here. Candle, candle, candle. It probably just is at the mansion entrance, for all I know. Nope. I'm looking at the artwork here, and I just don't see it. Yeah, because I'm just not seeing where else that object appears. The thing that is purportedly a candle. Oh, okay, no, I see why I wasn't looking at it as a candle. It was because I was looking at the base of the object, like basically the candle holder. That was what was attracting attention all the time. So I can totally see that it is a candle now, because it's just that the wick of the candle is slightly lopped off. I even mentioned why I couldn't see it in the other rooms. Yeah, exactly. Because everything was overlapped. I mean, the only place that we don't see that covered is in the mansion entrance, right? So naturally that would be the place to check. But I thought I checked that already when all the one-ups were cascading down towards me. But no, I was looking at the wrong thing in the artwork, though. I know what the issue is. I wasn't looking at the candle as a candle. I was looking at its base as an object. And so it's possible that I've misread that. So, for example, if you go all the way back to the opening of the mansion, we totally don't see any candles. Hey, Merlin, welcome. Now, Merlin, you're somebody with a very sharp eye for visual detail. We're looking for a candle. And what about a sign right here? Wait. It looks like this... Oh, no, that's just part of the sign. That's not the base of the candle. Even though it was proximate to the windows that we saw earlier. So, I'm looking at these spaces that the boos are covering. In case that's relevant. Doesn't look relevant. Once again, we had browsed everything previously to see what was uncovered in any locations like these. Actually, you know what? Let's go back up to this side. So we need to look for uncovered locations like these in case there's a candle that appears. And there are a few locations that maybe I didn't check. Samuel is exclaiming something. The number of people who have done that is hilarious. Yeah. Almost certainly. But you need a certain position in the parallax of the camera in order to actually see that. Oh, you know what? But maybe you need to scroll... In a room like this, for instance, you need to scroll in such a way that the candle becomes visible. So you don't want to look for the candle directly, maybe, but you want to scroll the candle into a location that's visible to you, and then you hit a block accordingly. So, for example, if you go back to where there was the clock clue earlier, perhaps you just need to scroll far enough that... Oh, you can't scroll far enough. Yes, you can, once the scroll break happens. Perhaps you need to scroll far enough. Well, the clock is a part of the ground doodad, so that's not relevant. We basically need to look for a location to stand that would allow the candle to appear in a window. Street rat found it accidentally. Yeah, Merlin, we've already used the letters in the wall, so the letters are not what we're looking for. Street rat sounds exactly like the person who would find that accidentally, knowing his playstyle. So yeah, we need to change our approach to this, because notice how we don't get any kind of horizontal scroll in this room. But in rooms where we do have a horizontal scroll, maybe we need to scroll the candle into a visible location, and then we jump in what seems like the middle of nowhere in order to scroll it in. He was already looking for the candles, yeah, so it's not like he spoiled the first key door or something if it appears before that. It might not. We roughly know what we're looking for, but not where to look. Also, after Checkpoint 1, there was that little dip in the artwork, wasn't there? Yeah, so we got this key, but we need the other key. Merlin, are we talking about a burner? No, I will show you what I'm talking about in the artwork. We'll plug it in and we'll show you. I'll just show you that right now, in fact. I've already gone by one, so almost certainly. Very inattentively, too. Whoops. Yeah, this has been an issue with me with escape rooms in the past as well, where the decryption clues are usually not a problem for me. It's the noticing stuff on the screen clues that actually tend to give me the most trouble. And I know this, given my history with this style. Yeah, no, because I was talking about the dip after checkpoint 1 earlier. But let me just show you what the clue looks like first. Whoops. I lost count here. 5. Yeah, there we go. There we go. That should be correct. Yeah, the checkpoint flag sections are the ones that stick in. Okay, so Merlin, here's what we're looking for. Look at the arrows. Currently, when you're sitting in the center position, the arrows are pointing to the candle. That's what we're looking for. The candle that is in the background art and is noticeable as part of the background parallax. After this is just the exit room, and it looks like it's clearly not going to be accessible here. But allowing you to go back to the checkpoint 1 flag seems interesting. Yeah, we're inspecting this pretty carefully, but not carefully enough. Notice how there's a location here that seems visible, but then it scrolls off screen and there's nothing on this elevation that will be what we're looking for, I don't think. Yeah, looking carefully at the background art, nothing here. This is the other code entry. Is this an IQ test? Yes, absolutely. Of course it is. What else would it be? Everyone scores 69. Oh, okay, no, this dip is the thing I was thinking about, and it's not relevant because it's covered as well. Why would we want... The fact that checkpoint 1 is accessible to me a second time is curious. But the PV switch locks you in here, and the off switch also completely locks you in. So I feel like there's no point in getting that, unless... nope, semi-solid definitely covers the bottom corner over here. Yeah, so clocks over here, clocks over here. Oh, you know what? The background is kind of uncovered in this section, but not enough. Let's take a look at the mansion again. Yeah, once again, everything is more or less covered. And there's no... Oh, there is a horizontal scroll. So let's do the horizontal scroll slowly until we can see the candle in the window, if we can. I don't think we can at the moment. Notice too that the bomb is blocked off by the blaster a second time, so you can't just reactivate it. It might be something here, actually. Oh, it totally is. So we need to avoid the boob, but the only reason you would ever come up here is to try to scroll the artwork left and right. Because look at that, you can kind of raise the window. This is the kind of thing I should be looking at. It's probably not this location specifically, but notice that little nook that's right by the blaster. Let's go back to it. This thing right here. Nope. Well, it was a good try. Yeah, because I'm basically looking at all these windows on the side and seeing if they ever scroll the candle in, and I don't see that that's the case. Although it seems like it's really close to doing so on this window that's on the left side here. But I feel like that's the kind of thing we should be looking for. Just scrolling until the window gives it away. Yeah, let's just continue scanning the first part of the dimension in case. And just paying attention in general to where the artwork is actually exposed. Candle is such a small thing, though. So let's check some of the other rooms. Every time you hit one of the pink coins, they do give you the scroll break. That's... Oh yeah, notice how the background is exposed over here as well. But it doesn't give you any particular guidance as to where things will be visible. Nope. Yeah, once again, there will be a scroll break once you punch this. Or, well, we've already broken it once, I suppose. And yeah, once again, I'm just looking at the artwork carefully to see if anything reveals itself. And thank you for the follow. Let's see, just gotta comb this over carefully, but you know, it probably will not be in one of these blocks because that would just reward you for hitting everything, but I kind of wonder if it is, in that if you scroll over to a certain location and a certain height, maybe it is visible in this location. I think that we have to hit an invisible block, though. It's not going to be this number sequence because it would just be too easy to discover accidentally. Brute force, here we go. That would be brave to have a key there. Yeah, no, I think everybody would just run into it accidentally. There's just no way. Yeah, let's go over here. Oh, yeah, see, so notice the booze. There is a candle, isn't there? Let's, okay, there totally is. It's right here. See those candles in the window? There we go. And yeah, it's true that I talked about this so long ago. I talked about that ages ago on the stream. And of course, you know, you just have a bit of blindness, I think, when you see all these spikes up here, that you don't necessarily think, oh, okay, this is the most obvious location in the world for an invisible block that you are strongly discouraged from discovering accidentally. Yeah. It's sort of interesting psychologically, actually, just how easily I was discouraged from checking that location just because, you know, spikes are overhead. That's the main thing that stops you from, or rather, dissuades you from discovering that accidentally. Now, we need to figure out which room I forgot to break for the key coin. But we have two keys anyway, in case anybody was off-center, I suppose. I don't think we'll need both keys, but we shall see. And yeah, whether the blaster's present tells you whether you've already hit the bombs previously. And as you can see, there is a total of 2 key doors, and we know that because that didn't give you an additional key. We could have actually just taken the keys that we had already and just gone through the room that we have. And you're encouraged to go through it once to get the 1-ups. Yeah, exactly, because everybody will totally be sticking with escape rooms in endless mode, I'm sure. Street Rat jumped there to try and kill himself because of the timer. That sounds like a spectacular way to discover it. Okay. Let's... Oh yeah, key entry. Let's do this. That's an amazing coincidence, but, you know, the kind of thing that I'm glad he managed to catch on video. But yeah, that's a fairly typical experience here, where I correctly describe the location or the solution that I'm looking for ages before I actually manage to execute on that, because I kind of understand how things must work logically, but observationally, perhaps we run into a couple of problems. So, anyway, yeah, we'll have to go back and see that clip with Street Rat for sure. We have stars. We have this massive King Boo over here sticking his tongue out at you because that's the balloon. And more balloons. Can we blow anything up? I don't think so, nor can we get into the Boo teeth. But we'll take it. A Boo-loon, exactly. Want to take a look at this one again? Yeah, because the Boo is holding this one and the one on the left side, so he's totally having a party. Anyway. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. Okay, great. We can always step our way up, of course. Just one that's inaccessible. And exactly. Gusty Garden. GG spot. GG for Gusty Garden, in fact. Speaking of which. It's got it prodded in all the right places. Anyway, thank you so much, Chichiri, for both the level and the raid. 55 minutes, no time at all. I think a big chunk of that was just spent on that candle. That looks like another Royru record on this one. And of course it is. Let's take a look at the artwork. See how many people were trying to give away the solutions in the comments. And Aurasphere bringing the artwork once again. And, yep, as expected. Seven plus 5 equals 6? I suppose it is. And look at that, Samuel. That's a big brain Boo, I suppose? Maybe. Seems like a Boo that has been busted open by its big brain, perhaps. I'm not exactly sure. Look where the Boos are in the lines they are drawing. Look at that Barnstorm. And love how when people give up like this, they just take the time to write the comment. Okay, I think that's pretty much it for artwork, so. Okay, a lot of fun with that one. Your brain exploding after finding the candle. Exactly. Oh, I didn't see the candle. Yeah, exactly. Let's take a look at that again. You would think that by now, after all of that practice, we would know how to visualize a candle by now. But yeah, look at Samuel, proving once again that I can't see the candle. And you're a Mishad Visitor. We actually very recently played through Barnstorm's Breath of the Wild series on a stream. I think you were the one who recommended it to begin with, in fact. I seem to recall you were the one who sent it to me. And yeah, we need to catch up with some of his recent Metroid creations at some point. That was a real treat. Anyway, so is this one, so let's move on to number 4. So, for those of you who have joined me from Chichiri's raid, I didn't mention this earlier, but the plan currently is to split week 6 levels between this stream and another one later in the week, probably the one that's Friday night / Saturday morning, because then we'll have maybe a bit of a more flexible setup for doing the multiplayer selections. Also because I didn't know how long I would take on the escape room. And as you can see, the solution, the mainline solution here was actually pretty straightforward. The candle, however, took some hunting. So we'll probably get through a few more levels today, run a relatively short stream by my standards, and then do the remaining single-player levels plus all the multiplayer ones in a few days. in probably 2 days' time. But for now, we'll just push through and we'll do what we can. Especially because we have some makers like Samuel who are still hanging around here as well. Anyway, next one is going to be Stumping to Conclusions. This one by Looser. Let's see if we can find it. There we are. Stumping to Conclusions. Okay. These volatile stepping stumps should not be underestimated. And yeah, Ronaldo Moon, welcome as well. Looking forward to the multiplayer creations that you have for us. Like I said, I am unlikely to get to them today because I was hoping to set aside the weekend for them, but we'll definitely try to give them the best showing we can. Anyway, the long description on the website says, stumps bouncing, lava bubbling, chomps abound. Don't let your guard down. And yeah, Beshad Visser, since we're getting a multiplayer group together anyway, if we have time left over on that stream, we'll definitely try to deal in additional multiplayer levels as well, since, you know, if we're set up for that, we might as well do it. This opening room actually has a very strange resemblance to the opening room in my own 4YMM, which was also in Super Mario World Castle Theme, which also had a bouncy introduction and an elevated door right at the end to show off the initial mechanic. I'm sure it'll be completely different from this point on, but I just wanted to point out that little coincidence. It is an uncanny resemblance, in fact. Oh, okay. This is the... I always refer to this as the Frank mechanic, because when you get dunked by platforms on a ceiling like that, that was Frank's level for 5YMM last year, and after playing that, I remember that last year we... Oh, that totally broke. Had a while where we just... Oh, no, it didn't break. That's actually just the intended tutorial behavior of the first platform. Yeah, Chai Tea Latte. Mine was PT's Power Pound Garden. That was my 4YMM. Spin jump, obviously. Don't need the emblem of the Russian army to tell us that. It's supposed to be a spin. Let's time this a little better here. I have to relearn how to platform again after staring at candles for so long. Or not staring at candles, rather, but staring at everything else but the candles. Whoops. That's okay, we'll get our timing straightened out, I'm sure. Anyway, like I said, we're awfully out of practice with actually jumping, apparently. So, let's stop embarrassing ourselves here and get those bad attempts out of the way and get back into the central mechanic of the level. Yeah, I keep expecting that first one to bounce, and we need to spin jump here, obviously. But I was about to say, I keep expecting that first drop to bounce me the way all the other stumps have been doing, but no, it's the intended behavior for it to just drop directly, so it doesn't throw the player off too much, unless of course they're in a bouncy mood like I am. And then we just continue on to chomp that way. Okay, that's fine. We've seen this often enough. Yeah, and you'll come back Friday to catch the rest. Hope to see you back, and hope I can actually run that on schedule. We've had a couple of scheduling disruptions lately that have led to some last-minute changes of plan, but we'll hopefully be able to do all the multiplayer set as planned without too many complications. Yeah, I just figured the weekend would be easier for people to join in. Here we go. And we need to not slip off there. Notice that there is a column just past a wall on the right side that looked like it had broken off already. I don't think that's a scroll break though, but we'll see. It's just a missing part of the wall. I still remember how to jump, I think. Pipe entries, maybe not so much, but at least there is a vine there as a bit of extra defense. Anyway, 5 coins. Key is the exit, so let's take a look at each of these if we can. And Chichiri, yeah, thank you once again for bearing with the candle hand. And you have a great night as well. Thanks once more for the raid. Yeah, these platforms are safer than I think they are in terms of when they are available for me to step on. And because notice that the stumps on the left side never actually dip. So I keep thinking that the stumps are going to dip. But we can stall on certain columns for longer if we need to take a bit of a more patient approach with our timing, so it is possible to do that. Yeah, as you can see, I don't get dunked. I don't get dunked by the chomps either, so I kept thinking that the jumps were required, but they're not in this segment anyway. You just need enough height and enough forward momentum to leave at the door. I think I was assuming that I had to jump with every alternation because we had seen some levels previously that worked that way with a similar concept. I remember that the rhythm levels were actually the hardest ones for me last year in 6YM when it came to doing some of the secret hunts. There was the Muncher Wave level at the end of last year that I think was the hardest bonus for me, and it was Meng's stepping on Sonic as well. And those were, you know, both very similar concepts in terms of requiring an alternating jump throughout the entirety of the level, which is quite a bit more stringent than what's going on here. Here you're allowed to just sit and ride if you want, but you do need to be a little more careful. And whoops, maybe not stand off to the side as well. I was standing off to the side because I was preparing some momentum for the jump up to the up pipe entry, but it was clearly not working the way I hoped, so we'll go back and try that again. So yeah, at my current pace, I'm probably going to do the first 6 levels today. We'll make sure we get at least as far as the Zelda dungeon, if we can. Now, that's the plan, currently. We'll see if that changes. If it turns out to be practical to push a little further beyond that, we'll do so, but before we do the multiplayer stream in a few days' time, I do want a little bit of single-player padding to allow people time to come in. So we'll take our time with it today and just have a bit of a relaxed session. Up to this point, except for the week with the Rubik's Cube puzzle, for obvious reasons, we have been doing a pretty good job of finishing each of these sets in one sitting, with all the bonuses acquired, but given the longer level set and the multiplayer requirements in this week's batch, that was pretty clearly not going to happen, so no plans to push ourselves too hard today. Yeah, we'll just take some of these easy deaths in the meantime, just to make a point of having trouble with up pipes, apparently. We needed to go around. It was really obvious that I needed to go around, but we didn't. Also notice that there is a semi-solid on the top right there that looks accessible. It might be a potential secret path, given that the pink coin collection is part of the required path and will not be the secret. It's the most secret-looking thing I've seen so far, that the top right corner after this room was in fact accessible. So that's something we'll keep an eye out for. We'll attempt that a few times before having a clear picture of what's going on there, I suppose. Anyway, that up-pipe entry almost didn't work, but we made it in the end. Oh, okay, nope, no entry there. But it was worth a try. Anyway, here are the two segments on the other side. Let's take a look at Skull Room on the left over here. Okay. This one's going a lot more smoothly, except of course, I said that just as I flubbed the spin jump. I'm relatively militant about not asking for spin jump indicators, because I think they're massively overused in this game. And I think it's very clear this was supposed to be a spin. I think it's definitely my fault if I don't read it correctly on the first blind run. Interesting that the first platform acts as a bit of a reminder of the dunking mechanic. And yeah, once again, it's just the momentum correction here as the chomp bounces over to the right that we do need to take into account. So what's happening here is that in order to reposition myself onto first landing on a chomp, I am pulling back a little bit, and that's losing too much momentum right now. So, need to play this one a little more courageously, perhaps. There we go, just like that, except of course with low bounces in order to avoid the ceiling. Up we go. And up we go over here. I should probably just be going short bounces in general, perhaps, because it's clear that if I lose forward momentum at all there, that the high bounce is just not going to land. Easier said than done, perhaps. But we'll get everything sorted out. Okay, up we go. And we just need to mind where we're standing from time to time. That might be helpful. Okay, there we go. And let's stay on the platform, I was about to say, but of course we weren't very precise about rounding that corner. Nor have I read ahead to that final exit door. Haven't had a chance to really look at that since we were too busy rounding the bend, or rather failing to do so. So on we go. Yeah, I thought that was going to be a high bounce, but I clearly missed. Came in a little bit late on that input. Let's get dunked again. In general, I find the readability of this level to be quite good. Although, we're only really mentally processing one segment at a time. Okay, we need to hang right and then hang left. And then get out of there right away. Probably, yeah, I mean, we want to jump towards the hard block. We do expect to hit Luigi's head against the hard block there. That's my only way of going forward, past those spikes. Spin jump, of course. And you're going at a pretty controlled pace through all of this anyway, so the auto-scroll mainly functions to keep all the spawn and mechanism timings under control. Now, how would we be entering that door? We would need an on-off switch activation followed by re-entering that pipe. Unless there's an on-off switch activation that we can make happen at that location. I'm taking a rather unnecessary death here to see if we can determine that, because in order to get through this segment early on, you do have to toggle the switch from on to off. So the question is, once we exit that next pipe, what options do we have for potentially reversing back through the level? Yeah, because we don't have a lot of flexibility with the on-off state. There's nowhere where we'd want to double hit, for instance, and we would only be able to get past the state block ceiling there in the off state as required. So it'll be some kind of additional on-off activation followed by re-entering that room. Unless that's just a connected exit door, because there's a shared exit with another platforming segment that ends in the on state and then dunks you back here for the entry pipe, which is probably what is likelier to be what's going on here. Also, sound is dead once again. Let's fix this up. Just give me a moment. Sorry about all the interruptions today. It's been happening practically every level today. Has not been fun. Oh, and I know exactly why. I don't even have one of my cooling fans on, that's why. Didn't plug it in today. Okay, hopefully things are not going to be too noisy here. Yeah, my bad. We actually had everything set up properly today. We were just down by a cooling fan because I had unplugged something. And saw the sound problems. I was wondering why it was failing like crazy today, and that's actually exactly why. It didn't set up properly since I've been moving my equipment around so much. Glad we cleared up that mystery anyway. Kind of surprised that my stream remained as operational as it did up to this point. Given that that was bound to cause a number of problems. Okay, right side of this platform, and then left. And we'll wrap around. Seven MMC. And then it toggles before you come in. Yes, that's exactly what happens. Now what happens if you try to re-enter? No, it just says 7 MMC with a massive chomp. And yeah, this is basically just a way to enforce the state switch going back to the main room. Okay, next room. Still haven't found any sign of a secret yet. Yeah, spin jump over onto the chomp. That's clearly what we're supposed to do, but we didn't manage to do that successfully. Everything is also gated off by a one-way panel, you'll notice, so... we do want to hit the chomp in a low position. The chomp is available at that point, so I jump towards it as it's falling down. But a bit lower than that, obviously. There we go. Much cleaner that time. That's obviously a spin. I just wasn't reading ahead at all. Just didn't even look at that thing. And yeah, the first timing here, it makes sense for that to be the first one in the room because that's the entry point that you're likeliest to want to reset after a little bit of trial and error just to get that down correctly. Once again, spin jump. I noticed that just as I pressed a button that I had better spin in that location, and of course we just flub that completely. There we go, just needed a better angle. That was sorted out pretty quickly. Now, yeah, there's no reason I'd ever want to have that in the other state, so did want to look at that for a bit though, in case there was something that affected that I want to look at later. Also notice the red blocks at this point. I think that's just because there's a state reset mechanism that is an extra error check going into this room, perhaps. I suspect that's what it is. Whoops. Okay, platform on the right side, you hit the on-off switch once, it eliminates the munchers and gives you a landing position, and then we will see what happens from there. And this one does sync, so... Notice how... I was about to say something about the surrounding artwork from where the ground tiles are placed, and how it tells you how high the pillars are going to be, but that's not the case here, so never mind that. Okay, so we need to go underneath these, obviously. And at a better angle than what I was demonstrating there. Okay, off we go. There we go. That worked out relatively well, considering that the munchers now look slightly offset for some reason. Probably because I bumped one of the stumps without realizing it. I don't know, there was a bit of an offset there that totally threw me off. Okay, here we are. Let's open this up. Oops. Slipping and sliding everywhere today. Gotta get those platforming muscles back in order. There we go. So yeah, there was a little bit of a displacement there. Then, after we hit the P-switch, let's see. I should take a more careful look at that room before I get jumping. Just so we have a totally confident understanding of what I'm going for here. So yeah, you need to reset back to the on state, and you need the P-switch to be on in order to go through a pipe. That's simple enough. We just haven't been making the jumps. But it is necessary to hit the on-off switch a second time, and indeed it enforces a pretty clean timing there anyway, so. Key entry room. We still haven't discovered any kind of secret here, mind you. But we also haven't checked this pipe. Interestingly enough, if you still have the P-switch active when you come in here, I wonder if that affects anything on the left. It doesn't look like you can really go anywhere beyond entering the store, though, so. Any kind of secret hunt we'll have to do in this location. Oh, is that supposedly it? I was saying at the beginning of this level that it had a bit of a weird visual resemblance in some ways to my 4YMM. And oddly enough, my message in that level at the end of the level was also fin in French here. End of the film. Interesting. I wonder what this is telling me. It's telling me that I need to come here in the off state. Because what's going to happen is that you need to be able to load the skull. Can I take a death anywhere here, though, or am I forced out? I think I might be forced out. I hope not. I hope I'm actually able to try this again without having to redo the whole level. I think I may have to redo the whole level. I think you're supposed to load the skull onto this square over here and then ride it into the blue pipe. Rather than using the blue pipe as an exit, it is going to be an entrance. So the question is, can I do that somehow? Well, I mean, I can't right now because everything is blocked off, but it's telling me that I do need to do a state switch before I come here. And can we wrap around the X somehow? Let's be very careful here and try to attempt it. Whoops, never mind. Okay, we do need to redo this then. And I need to perhaps not enter until we've had a state switch. I think those... Oh, Roiru coming in with Party of 72. Roiru, who's held a couple of records we've seen already on some of the levels we've completed. Let's give you a big shout out. Roiru, last seen playing Tower of Fantasy. Anyway, we need to redo this one because we haven't found a balloon room yet, but we've seen, as I was saying, the Roiru speed record on a couple of levels we've played so far, and I hope you've enjoyed this set as well. For those of you just coming in, I guess having a big viewership incentivizes me to continue a little longer than planned, but the idea was that I'd be splitting the week 6 levels between this stream and another one later in the week when we're going to be doing the multiplayer set. So we'll see how that goes. Anyway, we do need to redo everything here to think about how the state switch is going to go. And we'll just be careful not to exit the level until we figure that out. Let's actually watch this, because unlike what I was saying earlier, these platforms at the beginning do sync. It's just in the first of the challenge rooms that we tried that was not the case. But, whoops. It actually felt like a relatively short level at the end of it all for something that had 4 segments to it, but clearly there's something we're still missing here, so let's not prejudge anything, and let's also remember to spin jump from time to time, because that tends to be important. Yeah, if I'm playing poorly, that's partly because I'm observing the level and trying to figure out what it was we missed, but it's not going to be something this early before we get into the checkpoint sequence, so here we just need to survive as we did previously. Notice the scroll break when you enter there. Ah, okay. So when you play the first segment, there's a scroll break at the very end. The only thing that would affect is if you do the entire level in one shot, then you might be able to see what that scroll break activates later on. Because it might activate something that then gives me an on-off switch at the very end. And if it does, then that would explain what would be able to get me through to the secret pipe at the end. So the X with a skull on it meant that I'm supposed to do a deathless. Oh, okay, I get it. Yeah, no, that makes sense now. That makes sense. That makes sense, but it's also a self-explanatory setup once you understand that and notice the scroll break, which we did very early on in this level. If I'm to do deathless, I need to remember to spin jump, obviously, so makes sense that this would be a relatively short level then. Yeah, no, I didn't realize that convention, Samuel. So, now we do know what's going on. Whoops. Totally thought I was going to catch Divine there, but that was not the case. That's okay, if we're dying to the first segment, that just means we'll start over as necessary. And time this first one a little more accurately. I'm thinking about which segments we'll prioritize if we are doing a deathless in terms of which one would give me the most trouble from a consistency point of view. But we'll see. It's going to take me a little bit of playing around to figure that out. What our strategy is going to be. And in the meantime, we'll just do everything in sequence. You only get a choice of 2 levels at a time anyway, so... But we haven't missed a secret exit yet, or a secret balloon room yet, rather. I don't intend to do so now. Although we'll need to be a little defter with the introduction in order to make that happen. Oh, yeah, I can't take second cycle there, it has to be first. Just trying to get a more consistent timing down so we repeat this segment with ease. Okay. Let's go left side first so we can grab Divine on the left. That seems to be the easier way to do this. Just add some insurance. This will go well so far. Let's take a look. Okay, not going to run into Chomp there, thankfully. The P-switch does not appear to affect much here. That's important to know. Okay, this Chomp always tricks me out a little bit, so try to be careful with that. And this platform as well will take extra care around. We'll do the switch over here. And doing okay, that's gonna be 3 out of 4 so far. Oh yeah, this guy gave me all kinds of trouble with the up pipe. Okay. That's fine so far. We have one more to go then. Okay, this wasn't too concerning so far. We'll see how this room goes. Ah, yes, this part. Well, that's one way to go. We should perhaps prioritize that room, because that one I'm more worried about than most. Interestingly enough, that was the one time that we did not have that desynchronization between the two munchers on the second pass, and it also happened to be the time that I had the worst entry timing. So unfortunately, we squandered that little advantage. But hey, getting a pretty clean 3 out of 4 that time was not too bad. Considering how much I was stumbling during the initial read. And I was reasonably close to a successful attempt without too much trouble. As a form of difficulty design, I am always fond of deathless runs with no checkpoints. We haven't seen too many of those hard modes in this year's selection, so kind of nice to see one here with a multi-part level like this one, and suddenly the pacing of it too makes quite a great deal of sense that it's tuned to be pretty easily doable in one sitting without too much of a time crunch. Which is not always the case with these multi-part extravaganzas. Whoops. Slipping off every stump now. But yeah, we only get a selection of 2 rooms at a time, as I was saying, but it does make sense that I would want to prioritize the one that we died on previously. With the muncher stacks onto note blocks. Okay, we're off our timing that time because I missed the initial hit on the on-off switch, so relative to the auto-scroll, the Chomp was not really going to be in a great position for me that time around. Still getting to that first stump a little late. Every single time. There we go. Alright, let's not slip off the edge this time. And we're going left or right into that pipe because of that vine assistance. Let's change up the order in both locations. This was actually my original order. I was just worried about the up pipe entry, but the sooner we can just get that one out of the way, the better, so... Okay, pretty painless. Like I was saying, let's change up the order. Prioritize what is so far the hardest one. And that's why. Okay, here we are. On-off switch, which we'll totally miss. Thankfully, we weren't punished for that. And down we go. Alright, where shall we choke this time? Pipe entrances will be what they are, so... I think this room order is the one that I will want to go with, but... You know, in terms of... wanting to get the... harder ones out of the way first. So we don't blow entire attempts on them. Very nice of that up pipe entry to give me the vine that was denied me in the next one here. Up we go. And yeah, Crazy Wreck, that's a whole lot of purple. No question about that. Electric Dude, welcome. We've cleared this level already. For those of you just joining us, I'm just doing the Deathless run for the bonus, and we got reasonably close once already. There are quite a few chokeable locations all over this, so... As I was saying, right on cue, many chokeable locations. If you're just not watching your entry timing, any of these initial jumps. And yeah, Electric Dude, as I was saying at the beginning of the stream and intermittently throughout, the plan is to do about half the set today. We might at least go up to the Zelda Dungeon by Aegis. If time permits. And then have a mix of the single and multi-levels, probably in 2 days' time, so we have a weekend stream that would be a little easier for people to make if they want to join a multiplayer party. Whoops, too late here. Okay, we need to get some rough attempts out of the way first. Let's do that. Totally missing that 30 coin. And the on-off switch on multiple occasions. That was certainly one way to go. Oh wow, we did the same thing twice in a row. Previously, we hadn't been making that mistake, but as you can see, maybe I'm kind of slipping. There we are. Yeah, let's not jump around too much until we have a clean shot of that on-off switch, perhaps. And down we go. This up pipe is giving me all kinds of trouble. And yeah, Samuel, I imagine we'll definitely get to yours tonight. So hopefully you're able to stay. And we'll see if Aegis is able to make it for his level later, but either way, he knows where to find me, so... Whoops. I've been slipping off that stump a whole lot. Yeah, like I said, I don't intend to run the stream quite as late as most of mine, but... this level here is going to determine quite a lot about those plans. Whoops. And we were doing so well. Imagine sleeping? Yeah, I imagine that a lot. I don't experience it very much, but... that's why we leave it to the imagination to sort out. Whoops. Okay, down we go. It's only 4 segments, it's pretty manageable, it's just that, once again, just lots of locations for you to choke. Right on time. Exactly as advertised. Can't say we weren't warned. Hang on. No, I'm still alive. I'm not alive. Okay. I was sure I was missing that jump, and then I just threw myself off anyway. Okay, here we are. This is probably the most difficult platforming level in MMC. Oh, I don't know about that. I felt like it was pretty manageable in just the initial clear. But I could see this being one of the more difficult balloons for sure. I mean, let's not get too confident about it, given that so far I've done 3 out of 4, and I got there pretty quickly. It's just that we had to take that hit earlier and start over from scratch, so... You never found Rubens balloon? Oh, if you know how to solve Rubens level up to that point, it's no more difficult than anything that you've seen up to that point. To be honest, if you know the method to solve Rubens level, you already have the secret as well. 6x6 is not a huge jump in complexity over 5x5 in that level, to be honest, because it actually gives you more spaces that constrain what it is you're doing. But 1K-Man, you are requesting number 13. Let's do that before we go on to the next room here. Give me just one moment. And we'll have to pull up the text for this one. And yeah, no, I didn't find the bonus set on Rubens level 2. be too much trouble, because by then, if you're getting to that point, you already have all the information you need. And you've already proven that you're able to master the concept. So anyway, number 13. Oh, that you were yourself, but love you are no longer yours, and you yourself here live. Against this coming end you should prepare, and your sweet semblance to some other give. So should that beauty which you hold in lease find no determination, then you were yourself again after yourself's decease, when your sweet issue your sweet form should bear. Who let so fair a house fall to decay, which husbandry and honour might uphold against the stormy gusts of winter's day, and barren rage of death's eternal cold? Oh, none but unthrifts. Dear my love, you know, you had a father. Let your son say so. And no, Derbashad Visser, first of all, that one came in. Thank you for the request. And Derbashad Visser, we did solve all of Ruben's level fairly and honestly. The most time-consuming thing about it was just coming up with a note-taking scheme that would be easy for both myself and the audience to follow. And once I did that, and that improved, you know, with experience over the course of the puzzles, it's no different from any kind of programming puzzle where the main thing is just being aware of bugs that you create in your own solutions and contradictions that go unnoticed. Very often with problems like that, it's very easy for you to create mistakes in your own notation and in the process of showing your own work. And once we got around that, it was comparatively straightforward. I did have some serious misinterpretations of, I think, 2 of the clues. But we fixed those up eventually. I did have to reevaluate some assumptions about how things worked, because if there's one issue with the Rubik's Cube level is that occasionally it does let you solve the puzzles with misinterpretations of the rules for a while before it actually properly punishes you for them. And so we got ourselves into that situation a few times where, you know, I would understand the solutions one way and I would feel completely rewarded for that until the point where I wasn't. Samuel, at first you thought they were a value between 1.5 and 2. Yeah, that's actually my initial approach as well. Electrodude was there for this and witnessed that originally I was trying to go for an arithmetic approach rather than a spatial one. Whoops. But no, it was the ice semantics and the waterfall semantics that mainly threw me off. Without spoiling too much for people who haven't solved it yet, the issue I ran into was that I saw the ice pattern in that level as a bomb. Thank you for the follow, by the way. And I kept thinking of it as a bomb that was destroying blocks around it because of that radial pattern to it, I guess. And that was kind of a mental trap for the longest time that worked for many puzzles until, of course, suddenly it didn't. And I had something similar but not quite as severe happen with the empty blue block waterfall element, as I came to refer to it as well, where there was a particular constraint with it that I also didn't pay nearly enough attention to until it became critical. But once those 2 stumbles were sorted out, those were really the only things that held me up. The rest of it was just paperwork, really. Anyway, I still took an extremely long time with the level. It's definitely going to stand as the most time-consuming one of 7MMC, all things considered, but I was taking it pretty slowly and resetting the whole level quite a bit to use the course editor to demonstrate my solutions. Nothing here I've seen so far is on the level of the hardest bonus levels last year, which... the bonus exits last year, rather. Which were Muncher Wave and Stepping on Sonic for me. which I was talking about in relation to this level, because it also had a timing-based mechanic in both cases. Okay, just needed to pay attention there, and look at that. Let's get out of here. That was close, but we made it. Whoa, no. For some reason, I thought that was going to go up. I think I was thinking about a different part of the level. And of course it wasn't going to go up because that platform is not on a track. And you see, this is what happens when I get complacent, having cleared the harder rooms and then spent all my mental attention on visualizing Rubik's Cube's puzzle so we could talk about it in chat, when I'm supposed to be beating this thing instead. Multitasking is not my forte. Anyway. Okay. We haven't been able to do a dedicated maker feature in some time, but once things clear up in the weeks ahead in the schedule, and I manage to do some things like puzzle specials and such again, we should go over some of Rubik's Cube's earlier puzzles. I've seen a couple of collaborative puzzle levels that involve him, but haven't played through much of his list directly. And after seeing the one that he brought to 7MMC, I think that would be fun. For some definition of fun. Our entry timing here is consistently bad. So yeah, my best run through this, where we did 3 out of 4, was one of my earliest runs, and we have not been able to replicate the success since, due to a couple of unfortunate chokes. Yeah, I can see this being the hardest balloon execution-wise. It feels approachable, though. It's just that the only thing is that the choke potential is extremely high. And as I was saying, I've always liked the no checkpoint consistency based approach to hard modes, and I wish we'd seen them more often. And it's been a relative rarity this year. Yeah, this is the segment I was thinking of when I expected that platform on the other side to go up. As you can see, I was confused here, and I almost thought it was going to go down. Which, you know, we just need to look in advance to see if platforms have a track on them or not before I use myself endlessly. Okay, entry timing here has been awful, so let's do this. Get the highest possible jump between the two, and yeah, we didn't displace them this time, which is good. And then we'll proceed. Okay, so this time let's pay attention. We didn't pay attention. I should have gone back to the door, actually, when I saw that my entry timing was going to put me on a track for too long. I still want to do the bottom segment first in the first room, though, because of that up pipe entry. I feel like the up pipe entry is actually one of the More frustrating trouble spots for sure. We'll see what we can do with that. So yeah, this room first. It's gated off by the P-blocks because something here is sensitive to the E-switch still being active. I don't exactly know what. But we'll find out. I suppose if you do this room really quickly, then... yeah, there's something in the underlying mechanism that might be affected by the P. Oh, it's the coin blocks here, of course, yeah. You don't want to get here too early with coins and blocks being swapped, because the P-switch would totally destroy that. Okay, now for the Muncher room, which is definitely one of the hardest rooms in this whole thing. You wouldn't think so, but it is. Whoa! Nope, as you can see. Bit of an overcorrection to the momentum there in midair. I do think the Muncher room is the hardest room in this, having seen all of the level already. Deceptively simple. Yeah, the thing is, timing-based elements like that, I find I actually have an unusual amount of trouble with relative to my usual skill level, in that they are the kinds of elements where I tend to underperform the clear rates. I've discovered this many times in the past. That these kind of rhythmic timing levels are consistently the hardest kind of platforming for me. Which is why my reference point for this was also, as I said, the hardest secrets for me last year were Muncher Wave and Stepping on Sonic, and that's exactly the kind of scenario we have here. Exactly the kind of difficulty that we are contending with, is that my entry timings tend to be horrible, especially if the distances from the entry point to the landing platform are medium to long. The longer the gaps are, obviously, the more trouble I have with the entry timings. And it is a noted platforming weakness in my repertoire. Spin jumping is an interesting suggestion. I find that I tend to want to buy as much airtime as possible. Unless there's a good reason not to, because I don't have particularly good intuition for the spin jump height. But in terms of keeping your head low, I totally understand where you're coming from. Because I found that a full jump into the on-off blocks between the two Munchers tends to be a very comfortable timing. It's the entry timing into the first Muncher that's throwing me off right now. And the fact that sometimes we offset them once we hit the P-switch. Or once we get to the P-switch. Yeah, like that, that's fine. Wow, I completely missed. Didn't even hit the on-off switches that time, just completely overshot. It's funny because the timing was actually fine that time. I didn't do too badly timing-wise, but momentum was just completely wrong. Okay, let's go. Whoa. Yeah, I've waited on that segment before. We should probably get back to waiting on it. Just to have things come out a little more cleanly. That stump has killed far too many attempts at this point. Anyway, just comes with practice. And not missing the block. Same order as before, I think. I've become pretty comfortable with this as the room order in terms of taking the most annoying risk factors out first. Okay, this one goes up. Need to remember that. Okay, Muncher Room, if we get to it, will be my nemesis once again. Yeah, feels pretty comfortable when you do it right. Let's hit on the P-switch and just step on it until we're comfortable with the timing. Totally dunked. And as you can see, if you hit the stump even slightly on the bottom, it does displace the timing quite a bit. That's actually the first time I've been dunked by those stumps. But of course had so many other timing mistakes up to that point. But anyway. Up we go. Yeah, definitely underestimating this balloon route, perhaps given how close we came about half an hour ago. And how many chokes we've had since. The up pipe at least has become more successful than it used to be. Anyway, Muncher segment once again. Let's give it a go. Yeah, we want to jump onto these as the Munchers are just about to hit. Alright, let's not declare victory just yet. We've got quite a lot to go. The descent here is always a bit of an issue. As I said, if I feel like we're taking too long to get at a jump, we should actually exit and reset through the door. What did I just say? What did I just say? We were going too high. I did exactly the opposite of what I suggested to myself. Maybe we should get into the habit of attempting that room first, then. Okay, we salvaged that timing despite missing the question block over the shop initially. Let's do that room first, actually. We have not had enough practice with it lately. We should actually take care of it. Yeah. Let's get back to doing it first. I feel like we've gotten more and more practice with the room with the up pipe on the top right corner. And we can afford to switch up the order a bit until we get more practice in with this one here, which has started to give me some trouble. Up we go. Okay, top room first, this time. Yeah, starting to overcompensate for mistakes. Well, we're slipping quite a bit here. Alright. Let's get this instead. Again, top room first. Just to get it well practiced again. And we certainly need it, looking at this room here. We just hadn't seen that room in so long that a lot of our initial success with it has slipped. And we'll just try to get that back in order. Whoops. Okay. Good. Now this one goes down, so that was the choke that we had much earlier. This is a spin. That was the other choke that we had much earlier. There we go. Alright, let's cross over. Let's do the Muncher room first. As it's about to come down, that's when we go. It's interesting how, in spite of the fact that the P-switches are just kind of infinitely accessible there, that they add a little bit of psychological time pressure to get to those munchers right away. Even though the P-switch timer is a total non-issue, it's very generous. They add just enough time pressure to create heightened choking potential. That's something we have to keep in mind every time we go back. Okay, much cleaner. Alright, that's fine. And here's the Muncher room once more. No. Nope. Hesitated right as I crossed a one-way panel. I was going to shy from that jump and then I was just a moment too late in pulling back from it. It's okay. We'll continue. We'll try to replicate that earlier success. Also, we haven't practiced a room opposite that one in quite a long time now, so... because we just haven't had an opportunity to see it. So the choke potential there is quite high as well. I actually kind of think we should change things up this time. Let's do this room first, just to refresh ourselves a bit. Because, well, that's exactly why, you know, we don't want little chokes like that, because having that at the end of a big sequence is a big problem. We need to practice that room again, just to refresh our memory, in fact. And the mantra room is still going to be a problem. It's not wise to leave that one for last, but we don't want to ruin any of the successes, so let's change up the order from time to time just to keep everything fresh in memory. So we don't die to anything too trivial. And that's getting a little more fluent again, which is nice. That spin jump. Yeah, you do need to be pretty attentive for all of this. Okay, down we go. Once again, we'll just keep this room order for now, just to keep things tidy. That was close. I had a double bounce on the chomp there that nearly spoiled everything. And then we spoiled everything. Alright, up we go. Nope, too low a bounce. On the second bounce on the chomp. Sometimes when you have a bit of a mechanical slip-up, you just know right away it's going to kill you. That was one of those cases. Slip up for just a moment, in the wrong place, and not much of a chance of recovery. Well, getting a little more comfortable. Even if mistakes do still abound after all this time. There we go, nice clean hit. Well, despite the miss there, we managed to recover. Okay, now let's do the room on the left this time. Because once again, we do need to refresh our memory for this one. Given that it does dunk you pretty quickly after the initial location there. Yeah, this is the one with this spin. Ah, yes, that's right. That spin actually killed me a lot in the initial learning run, so we should not underestimate that. Yeah, we hadn't seen that room in so long that at this point the practice has become necessary. Stringing all the rooms together is going to be quite something. So yeah, that really early 3 out of 4 when we still had most of the level fresh in memory made me, I think, a little too optimistic about this challenge, but that's okay. We've since been thoroughly humbled since. Interesting thing about the next room that we're about to do here is that I think it's the only one that does force you to go right away. in terms of being attentive to being dunked in the initial location. Anyway. Yeah, that chomp spin was actually maybe the second hardest element of the level after the munchers, and it's too bad that we can only pick between two segments at a time instead of being able to trade between the two hubs. Because I feel like having a completely flexible order would have made practice a little bit easier. But instead you do need to trade between the two hubs in sequence. That's okay, we'll manage. But it does seem like the two harder rooms are bunched together on this half here. Okay. Here's the spin of death over here. Then right side, left side. Nope, I was going for that jump to hit my head against a hard block and we just went late. I guess that room is marked with the skull because the expectation is that you're supposed to treat it as the boss room and the hardest one. I don't know that it is, necessarily. I guess that's also the one that gives you the 7MMC text at the end for the same reason. I think in terms of a single obstacle, the muncher area is still harder for me, but the chomp ride there is definitely a very close second. And we'll have to manage that accordingly. Whoops. Whoops. That was very incautious. Just a bit of a controller slip as I was making a bit of an adjustment here on my end. And by adjustment, I mean shifting around in my seat a bit. Nope. I kind of knew from the way I was hitting that block that that was likely to throw me off balance. That's okay, we'll get it today. I've been spending long enough on this that time-wise, currently the plan is that I will do Samwell's after this. Whether I continue to Aegis Cook's level after that will determine partly based on whether the maker is here. If he's here, we'll do it. If he's not, then we might hold off on it until next time. Because, of course, I've been taking much longer with this one than I expected. Especially given how close we were on some of the earliest attempts. That's okay, we just need to keep it together mentally and observe this as well as we can. Okay, that nearly threw me off balance there. Let's mine the spin jumps now and maintain forward momentum. Not that much forward momentum. Yeah, definitely starting to slip in more and more of these locations. Okay. Forward we go. Got the vine from the right side, which is unusual for me, but definitely very welcome. There we are. Alright, everything okay so far. Let's get back to this room. We haven't done this one successfully in a long time now. No. Definitely a bit of complacency here as well, as I started to worry much more about the Muncher side. Okay, right side. Left, but then right. And that'll give me the state switch, as well as the chomp screen. And now, we try not to choke in rooms that I know I can clear. The up pipe does worry me quite a bit here, as it has done so on many occasions in the past. But we'll make it. And here, let's just not get confused about which direction the platforms are going to go. That was way too close. That spike ceiling there. And now here's the arch nemesis that's coming, the Muncher room. If we make it there in the first place, of course. Ah yes, I guess this room also has a time-sensitive entry, but it doesn't feel too bad. Now here's the test. Now let's just stay calm with this P-switch here. Just hit it as often as we need. Too much of a mid-air correction. So I thought I was getting in a bit too early. Well, so much for that attempt. That was the best one yet in a long time, though. We'll probably go back to doing that room first, now that we're a little better practiced on the other side. Since the Muncher does remain the biggest obstacle here. And the biggest problem that has been beleaguering us so far. Okay, that's done. Yeah, let's do the Muncher room first, so we get back into it and try to clean it up as best as we can. Because it is the run killer, the deadliest run killer. Okay, we missed a switch. And now we've offset the Munchers, which is bad. Got to redo this room with an offset now, so... Oh, except... Yeah, we didn't need to hit that in the first place because we missed the switch the first time. Okay, so... we just blew up the Muncher room entirely. So the Muncher room does remain the biggest problem that we've been running into by far. Has been a very consistent run killer up to this point. And the few times that we've cleaned it, I've not felt particularly confident. So let's cross over to that room. Give it another go. Yeah, a bit harder to visualize just going right to left. There we are. Now let's not choke and arrest. Now we'll stress out a little bit about the up pipe entry in this room because that is a bit of a nuisance on its own. Once that's out of the way though, make some headway. Now the things that worry us most in this room are the chomp ride and a hard block at the very end, where you do need to bump your head. Okay, right side, left side, but not too far. Oh, nearly got stumped over there. Very close to being dunked at the very end by the stump falling on my head. But no, we'll make it. This will be the run. And yeah, you got that third one falling down on that side. Why don't we have two pipes coming in here again? Oh yeah, no, that's nothing. That's just symmetry. After a fashion. Okay, so now we, yeah, have this because there's no bomb that spawns here initially to destroy it. And the block here is nothing, that's just an indication that you do need the Deathless run. Okay, let's not die to this room. 7 MMC. With balloons galore. And at long last, look at those hard blocks in the top corners, by the way. We're totally not breaking them. Not today. Well, let's see how we can mess around with Yoshi and see if we can do anything else here. Probably not. Just ground up top. Let's take the exit and go. At long last. That took a bit of work. But we made it. Well, we're definitely taking a moment to look at the artwork here. But we got it. Why does it look like there's a true ending related to the blue pipe by the axe? I wonder. I got it right when you came back. Excellent timing, Samuel. Speaking of Samuel. Where are you here? Nope, down. Fascinating Firebar Fort. Face the fearsome firebars as you frolic in this flaming fortress. It's attributed to Chi-Chi, but I assume that's Chichiri. Unless I'm much mistaken. Anyway, the lengthy description on the website reads, "Don't stare at these fascinating flames for too long or you might get hypnotized by their perplexing patterns. I would like to state that I am not responsible for any dizziness or nausea experience when playing this level. Probably. We'll see about that." Let's see how we do on both the level and the secret hunt. Then we'll determine from there whether we cut off today And let me just take a moment to do some spam deflection here. And yeah, we'll determine from there whether we close out with a dungeon today. Because I am running a little longer at this point than I imagined, but look at that, there's definitely a question block up there that we can't reach yet. At least I don't think I can. Well, very, very suspicious. But not something I can do anything with at this moment, I don't think. No, the kind of jump heights we're working with. Let's see. I don't think I can make it. Anyway, music loading. No, not music loading. Track loading to make sure the burners are all globally synchronized. Which is exactly the same tech as music loading in terms of just making sure everything gets in order. It's a visual kind of music. Oh yeah, we need to go in and hit this. And the secret hunt, I think, is pretty evidently, whoops, going to be the 4 coins here, which may or may not require power up. We got an equal sign up there. Why don't we stop in a dry bones instead and do the sensible thing? There we go. Oh, that's not an equal sign, that's just loading tracks. Nope. Feels like that is reachable. With a better entry angle? Nope, maybe not. Okay, sure. Samuel, I don't know if you've ever played Lecter's MC Escher level. Because that's another one that has tons of firebar synchronization patterns that is one of the levels that I always kind of think about when I see these firebar stacking mechanics. Not sure if it's something you played. Look at that, there are these little blocks here, so anybody who's particularly twitchy about the fingers can just collect some extra coins for its own sake. Whoops. What have we got here? Squirrel, excellent, okay. Now we're in business. As far as secret hunting goes. I wonder if we could go left, then. And check out the entry sequence. Oops. Hang on. I don't think there was anything up there, because we'll see what there is to see, but you never know. And look at that top left corner there. Unfortunately, we are at the top of the camera coverage at this point, so that's nothing. Okay. Now. Okay, there we go. Hey, look at that, there's the key. So maybe the coins are in fact required for a later segment, and do we want to deal with that on-off switch? Let's see. I feel like that's required, isn't it? But yeah, it's totally required. Of course it is. But anyway, at least we know where the key hunt is, and we got the knowledge check out of the way nice and early. Okay. There we go. A little bit threatening here. It's a little ninja shuriken pattern. I kind of wonder the center of it, if we can hit that for anything, since it's a square and we've apparently been corrupted by too many indicator levels at this point. That's totally nothing. Okay. No, that's just safe location, in fact. Very cleverly demarcated safe spot. Oh, there's Boom Boom. Booming away. Whoa, nearly dunked myself in lava there. That was not great. Partly because I was instinctively twirling in spite of the fact that we had a squirrel suit. Wouldn't want to do this without the squirrel, to be honest. Okay, this does look optional, so maybe we need 2 keys for some reason in order to get the best bonus. Anyway, this level's making waves. Yeah, drop the icicle and then... Oh. Forward we go. And we've got another coin over here that we have not yet accessed. We'll need to sneak over. Oh. We need to do a little better than that. Let's take a look here. See what's down below. Looks like there's something that can be dunked into this location. Yeah, I think we have to go around. There's no way we can go against a wave with that kind of height that we're dealing with. Oh. Nope, just a 1-up. Totally not worth it. That question block is interesting. We'll see what that's about. Oh, nope. Poked. Yeah, okay, let's continue, because I think we were past the squirrel point at that point, though. Let's just start over. I know I still need to learn the level, but we might as well see what we can do with that squirrel key. Probably I should have continued to learn more of the level on the first run, but since we know where things are, we might as well just go for them, and it's pretty beneficial to have the squirrel suit anyhow. So we'll just see if we run into more trouble. I think maybe the level before this one has conditioned me into thinking about playing things straight through from start to finish, whether it's a wise idea or not, and certainly in this case it might not be. Hey, look at that. Didn't need to do the whole wall clinging business this time. Whoops. Okay. Whoops, there we go. And let's see what we shall do about Boom Boom. Let's not boost. There we are. It's okay, we're still big. Still in good shape. Nope. I think the implication here was wall jump off the left side. Strong implication, in fact. Whoop. There we go. Look at that on-off switch located right there. Oh, that's the ground pound location. Okay. Let's continue past checkpoint 1 for now. Let's learn a little bit more first, before we do the complete run. I have decided to rethink that, because I think we need to sort out some of these segments here. Yeah, that's clearly a wall jump. So we can at least get a blind read on everything before we attempt key survival. Okay, this one incentivizes you to go early. Yeah, NSMB mechanics here, like the twirl, definitely paying off quite a bit. So, yeah, you actually do need to come here first to go to the left side before you hit the on-off switch. And so this is kind of a short bounce test. You need to do short jumps or just take damage if you really want. And then take this pit. This is very curious, this thing here. Because I currently don't see how I can activate that. And of course, there's this huge column here. Oh, icicle, okay. Icicle. I wonder if that's just a one-up or something. No, it has to be something coming out of the bumper that would then be accessible. So it would have to be something that could potentially bounce you up, for instance. Or, well, we haven't looked at it closely. I think maybe we'll go back and see what that is. I'd certainly like to poke around with things like that. Actually, it might be another key, for all we know. There might be a sequence of multiple keys here that gives you a bonus by the time you're at the very end. Interestingly enough, though, any key that is acquirable in the level at this point would be an adequate substitute for the pink coins. And the pink coins are themselves optional, which tells me that there are just a sequence of keys here that leads to a true ending. 3 keys at least. If that one is a key, which I strongly suspect it is. Yeah, as expected. Okay, so we'll eventually just do that as well. And there will be minimum 3 keys that will need to be accounted for. Okay. Tells you that there is going to be a prescribed sequence here. Very lovely, this one. Also kind of an ample reminder to me that I still need to play Triangle Strategy, which has been sitting in my card case for months now. Maybe once I finish Xenoblade. You know, I think Electrodude will appreciate this comment. It's been nearly 3 months since the release of Xenoblade 3. It has not escaped my attention that... So, I'm still in Chapter 5, by the way. I've barely put in any time this week. It has not escaped my attention that I have at this point taken longer to play the game than Mio has left to live at the beginning of the story. Anyway, oh okay, 3 separate coins for 3 separate bonuses, but there's got to be a sequence here, right? And we know there's a potential for a 3rd key. But we wouldn't want to burn a key on the squirrel suit, would we? Unless... like, if you can normally survive here with a squirrel suit, you don't want to burn a key on it. Let's see where the keys go, first of all. Because if there's a squirrel requirement for some other bonus, then who knows? I love how you managed to get the firebar concept to work with the balloons as well, in one here that's totally safe. Interesting. Let's take a look at this. Ah, okay, so there is one. And that's 2 keys accounted for. There's definitely got to be a 3rd, though, right? So, what is this? This is Is this the cover art? I can't actually tell. I don't know what it is. Fascinating Firebar Fort. I feel like this is like an eye, and this is... I don't know, some kind of... It's definitely a face, like a Bowser face or something. I don't know. Oh, it's Bidoof. It is. It totally is Bidoof. Okay, yeah. It's not a face. Okay. Yeah, no, I see it now. I see it. It took me a moment to visualize at the scale of it. Well, we found Bidoof. Now, one more key, right? Just gotta be. 60. We have 52 coins at this point. Oh, 60-second survival, probably. That's what it is. That is telling me that the next sequence has some kind of 60% survival associated with it. So then is the other key at the beginning totally extraneous now? We don't know at this point. This looks like it's the way into the checkpoint. Let's check anyway. Yeah. Right, because you basically have a choice, but then you would definitely not choose this if you're going for balloons. Oh, because it is a shop. I didn't even read the text that said shop last time I was here. Well, afterwards, Samuel, you can tell me if I found everything. Given that I did see each of the keys individually, but didn't collect all 3 keys in one run, and I feel like there probably is something that we need to do. Anyway, 60 seconds of survival with a number of different patterns here. As tracks change this way and that. Notice that the pits have opened up on either side. Alright, let's just climb up. And then we can hit some POW blocks, perhaps. Or not. I guess we have to stomp on those once the opportunity presents itself. Okay. Ah, nope. Look at that. Infinite P-switch, there wasn't that much of a rush. Okay, if you have the squirrel suit at this point, then you're able to proceed. If not... Hey, look at that naked pipe. Wonderful. Nothing. 7mm pipe. Look at that. This is totally something. Other keys are just 100% a shop. Okay, so I have found them all, and this is just a remaining little secret, except looks like there's something for you to see upstairs if you do have a squirrel, right? Or, no, that's just to complete the mushroom placement here, perhaps. So have I seen everything then? I think I have, perhaps. Yeah, matches the 7MMC official color scheme, of course. 5 total, but I found them all at some point. How did I find 5 keys? I only counted 3. The squirrel key at the beginning, the icicle key, and then... I must have picked up some keys I didn't even think about. Anyway, I found them all at some point. I guess that counts. Don't need to do the perfect run since we've seen the content. Anyway, really fancy. Looking forward to the sequel. Oh, I missed one in the very first room. Yeah, no, I know where that is. I know now that you actually need to go back with the squirrel. Or can you? Let's see. Yeah, no, I did notice that. I just didn't grab it. Because I thought you'd probably need a squirrel for it. And can you actually re-enter? No, you can't because of the way that this loads in, so... Triple jump, of course, of course, of course. Yeah, we'll do it. Hang on. little bit off the spacing there, but... Imagine that. Yeah, we should have stalled out of some of these jumps at least. We'll try it. But that's still 4 keys, right? How is there a 5th one that I didn't even think about? Unless there's one that I just didn't notice. Oh yeah, no, I did have 3 keys in a previous run when I thought I had 2, so I definitely picked up an additional one somewhere. I had the pink coin key, I had the icicle key, and I had one more that I, for some reason, didn't notice picking up. Yeah, no, that's what I said, pink coins and, I had pink coins and icicle that time, though. I don't know where I had the 3rd one. Because I did have 3, didn't I? Oh yes, the triangle, yes, that's right. Has an extra key if you loop an extra time. We'll go for it. Let's see about this triple jump first. Since we're messing around here anyway. Okay, we need to fix the triple jump. Let's... Hang on. Spacing is totally off here. Need to be pretty precise. You got this one already? Really? No, I totally didn't get this one. I don't remember getting upstairs. Oh, you mean I got the triangle one? Yes, okay. Yeah, I didn't realize I had picked that up. I'll have to look over my footage afterwards. Hang on. How am I missing every triple jump here? Let's... You would think after all this NSMBU that we'd be able to get this down consistently. Oh, I see, because I'm slipping on these corners. Yeah, you can totally see the animation if it's in the triple jump sequence, obviously. Nope. When I run back, turn around to keep momentum. Yeah, no, my entry point is a bit too far to the right, that's what it is. I feel like we need to... What's this up? Alright, let's see what we can do with it. Almost there. Nope, not there at all. Well, we'll see if we can get this, because it'll be probably the last thing before we log off then. We'll save the Zelda dungeon for the opener next time on what is likely going to be the Friday to Saturday stream. I can't believe I am having so much trouble with a triple jump. Whoops. Try turning around before hitting the left side of the screen, yeah. Oh, I see, yeah. Just kind of do the skid. It's true, because there's not a lot of room to work with, is there? I see. Kind of have to get the first jump going right away. Nope, that was 2 jumps. Nope, that's the second jump. Wow, surprisingly tricky. That's okay. I feel like we got 100%. I don't necessarily need to do this one. That seems oddly difficult relative to the other keys. Well, I'm glad we have some flexibility with that at least. And that we saw all the actual content. Even if we couldn't quite prove every key here. We definitely missed some things like 30 coins and 50 coins in other levels as well, so I'm not going to feel too bad about writing that one off. Anyway. Thank you for the GGs and Samuel for this level as well. Samuel, did you say you were still doing re-uploads on the Super World that you had? Oh, you don't have a current Super World on this account, so I'm assuming yes. So anyway, whenever that's back up again, let me know. And looking forward to the sequel that you have planned for this as well. That said, only 5 levels done today, so... And that's fine considering we took forever with the balloon route in the stump level, and also with the candle in Chichiri's. So I think we're going to call it from here, especially since I don't think Aegis was able to show up today anyway, to see the Zelda dungeon being played, even though this is technically his time zone. Just one mega level at the end that's taking forever to make. Yeah, that's how things tend to go. Anyway, we're going to log off at this point. We're going to show you somebody else that we'll determine very shortly, and we'll be back in probably 2 days' time to clear out levels 6 through 9 in the single player set, as well as the remaining 3 in the multiplayer set. And I'll confirm on the Discord if that is indeed going to be the day that we go with. Because it may or may not be the case, but that's certainly the day that we'll be aiming for as Plan A. And if we manage to do it then it's back to viewer levels for the weekend. So, thanks for joining me once again, and Samuel especially for sticking around all the way to the end to see your own creation get played. And we're going to send you off to somebody else, probably on the maker side, very quickly. So thanks for watching. Thanks for joining me once again and bearing with all the technical difficulties earlier in the stream before I realized that one of my cooling fans was not even plugged in. And see you around, Supernova, as well, lurking there in the background, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. And thanks for watching. As always, have a wonderful week ahead of you. Enjoy these levels if you're playing them yourselves. Get to solving the Rubik's Cube bonus puzzles if you haven't done so already. And, as usual, fare thee well.